All right. New day, another live stream. How's everyone doing tonight? All right, it's another good one. It was a hot day today, actually. Got almost to 90 degrees, I feel like, today. Gordon, how you doing? How's everyone? Wonder Blunder. Hey, Wonder Blunder sent me a present. I'll have to show that in a little bit. How's everyone doing? Oh my gosh. Good evening. Daryl Flores just donated $5. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. 34, New Jersey. It's cold, man. Oh, I've been in t-shirt last couple days. It's been perfect. I did some yard work this weekend. Had no issues. So everything's good. Everything's good. Hi from Australia. Pennsylvania. Hello, everyone. Hello from Romania. Hello. We have a few different things to vote for, so I want you to go ahead and pay attention to the votes up there. And I can go over that in a minute, but I want everyone to kind of get a chance to vote on it. What's going on, parts people? Greetings from New Zealand, Southern California, in the house. How's it going? Oh my goodness, it's cold as F in New York. Man, I wish, I don't like the cold actually, so. Hello from Denver and Washington and Wisconsin and Pittsburgh, South Africa, Greece, the Canary Islands, Scotland. It's raining here. Where are you at? Sacramento, California. So Brazil in the house. So we have a few systems today, and let's see. I can't remember exactly what's going on with it. I think one of them was working and then just stopped powering on, so no signs of life, basically. Another one was, shoot, I can't remember. But anyway, you get the gist. There's a couple of them don't power on at all, and then one of them, the battery just stopped charging one day. So we got New Zealand, Jamaica, Southern UK, Kentucky, Romania. Do you ever do Alienware PCs? No, because I only work on laptops. That's it. So Dell and Alienware laptops exclusively. That's all I'm going to work on. That's all you're going to see me work on here, because I don't want to deal with that. I can see that my Twitch counter's not updating, so I have to re-log in, I guess. Let me see if that works. Fixes it. I don't know why it's not working, but fluxing, you hate fluxing winter. I don't like winter either. Let's vote for the G-series. It would be different. And G-series boards are basically Alienware boards for the most part. Now the 7630 is going to be is like a G15. I don't know. It's not actually an Alienware board on that one. Hello from France and St. Louis, Missouri. I love Dell. Largo, Florida. It's a pleasant 81 degrees. Just relaxing outside in the 81s. Yeah, that's about what we have here. Yes, the G-series. Please. All right, I got a couple things to show you while everyone's voting. So we got about, 8 minutes left voting. Okay, so you go ahead and do your votes. If you're on Twitch, pay attention. Oh, we got a level 1 hype train on Twitch. So that's your opportunity to give back, and sub and do all your fun stuff. But I'm going to show you a couple things. So I got a couple deliveries this week. Very surprising. I wasn't ready for this. So old Wonder Blunder, or Wonder McBlunder, I guess, in the chat sent me something. So he sent me, I don't know, did you go to this brewery or what? Because, so I got this Oil Fire. It's a whiskey and liqueur mix. And then I got a couple of these smaller bottles too. And I even have the koozie to go with it. So I'm definitely excited to try this out tonight after the stream, actually. Wonder, what do we do? Do I mix it with just water? Or do I just drink it on the rocks? Or do I put some sort of like Coke with it, or ginger ale? Or what do you do with this stuff? Ginger ale, okay, all right. I like ginger ale. That's my go-to if I'm going to mix something anyway. So that's perfect. So I got my alcohol for tonight. Let me show you what else I got. Old Bruce in the chat. Old Bruce sent me this. He says he's a diabetic, so he can't eat this stuff. So he went there and he bought me licorice, because he said he knows how much I like licorice. These are black licorice. And then these are peanut butter, chocolate peanut butter malt balls. So you know what I'm going to be doing tonight. Drinking some alcohol, eating some candy. So this, I've never had this place before, so it's going to be kind of fun, kind of nice. That was very nice of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I have something fun to show you, and let me see if I can get this pulled up properly. Okay, you ready for this? I think you might like this. So for all the people who've been on my live streams, or you've been on my, you watch my videos, right? So I have my little meter here, right here in the corner, and it's the same meter I've had and blah, 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 right? So I've been working on a new project, and I've got an ESP32 and this is a shunt current sense resistor. It can handle up to 20 amps, 36 volts. And so I've been working with writing a UI that can actually connect to this and allow this, we can get rid of this stupid thing, right? That's on the desk, so we don't have to have this camera in front of it. So you ready for this? Boom. You like that? I made it where it looked the same. So it's like the faux look, but I don't know. I don't have to make it look like that if you don't want. I can make it look different, but do you like it digital like that to make it look like it's the other one? So like that's the original one, and then that's that one. Now what I did add as a feature is in this corner here, instead of having it as that wattage, I have it as max current. So any current spike that happens, I can catch it on there. Because you remember that other video we had the other day? It would have caught the current spike, and then I have a reset button on a different screen. So let me show you what the app is that I made. And let's see, I'll switch here. There we go. So here's the app I made, and it has a graph down here, actually shows you current in the graph. And so I did one better. So when we're on here, I can actually press a button here I added, and now, wait, is it gonna, there it is. And now it shows the graph on the screen. So I can pull up and down that graph anytime we want. So even whenever we're like in the video, so this is my video mode, right, when we're filming, then I can just press this button right here, and boom, just comes up like that. So I saw a bell message come up. What was that? I missed it because I changed it. Love it, perfect. Send me the list of hardware. So when I'm done, Premise, I'm gonna get this together. I wanna make this kind of where it all goes together. Right now I have it as a pass-through device. Let me kind of see if I can show you over here. I have it as a pass-through device. So here's my ESP32, and then I have just wires going up, and then here's the shunt, and then I have it as a DC jack, and then a DC jack. And right now I'm just passing it through to the other one, so we do have a little bit of a current loss and all that stuff, and so it's not as seamless, but I'll set it up where it's actually installed in this box, and I'll give new 3D printed plans and all that stuff to go for it. So. But anyway, that's kind of cool. Let me see if I can catch up on chat. Sorry about all that. I just kind of like went there. But the peak's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, let me pull that back up. And I wanted to get some opinions from you on this too. So yeah, so I have reset max, so I can reset the max there. Like if we plug in something, let me plug in, I don't have something right here. I don't have a laptop. We'll deal with it in a second to plug something in. But what I want to show you is, now, this is just going to be an opinion. Does it call 32? This is going to be an opinion based on like aesthetics or whatever. So right now I put the blue background and with kind of the dark blue lettering. Now we can change the code and I can do reverse of that. And then the other way I have it is this. Let me close this program out. And then this was my first draft, was this one. So this is my first draft of the program. And if I connect to it, so there you go, it's going. And then these I have set up where, let's see if I can get it to look what it looks like on here. Power meter. All right, so that's how I have it set up originally. Let's see, there you go. So does that look better than the other one? Oh wait, hold on, there was a background I was supposed to have on there. Power meter, background. So this one, I think it goes down here maybe. There we go. All right. All right, do you like that or do you like the faux digital? The faux 7-segment display. Like that one's clean. This one's really clean, but to me, it doesn't look as cool. Polling frequency 5 megahertz. I think it's 5 megahertz. It's pretty fast. It's faster than my other one for sure. You like the faux digital? Everyone like the faux digital? Where it's a 7-segment display that kind of was mimicking. Not that one. Nobody likes that one. This one looks like it was just like thrown together, because this was basically my I put it together really quick just to see if I could get something that looks like something. And then I wanted to, so let's see. We'll turn that back off and then turn on the, there it is. Wait, is that it? Did I break it? I can't remember how I had this. Let's do it like that. Graph. To move that back. I have no idea what I just had set up here. Now I broke everything. Oh, I know why, because it's the wrong program. This program doesn't line up with all that. Let me close this program out. Sorry, let me pull up my code again here. I gotta relaunch it. Still in Python phase here. Let me cancel out of this. Okay, we're gonna rerun it. Okay, so now it should line up right. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking. So now we can close that. Perfect. All right, back to our screen. All right, so that's what we got. Okay, so we're good with that. But I like how we can put the graph on and off. That's really cool, like whenever we're like trying to observe something. Anyway. All right, cool. Okay, the votes have finished, and I didn't even have the votes up there for us. There's our votes. So, let's see what won. I can't even tell. I got so distracted doing this. I have another thing I wanted to show y'all too, so that's why I was like, what, tied? So 40% wanted the M18R1 on Twitch, and only 20% on YouTube. Wait a minute, and then, oh no, this is almost like a dead tie. We got a 41% on the G7630, I guess. I don't know. I've never seen it be this close before. So usually what I do is highest percentage, right? So 41% would be the highest percentage. Now it's down to 40 again. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? It's better, it's clean, you concur. Oh, don't forget the stream. Yeah, I know. I'm here with you guys. I'm here with you. Flip a coin. Oh, I got a coin right here. Okay, so we're going to flip a coin. Well, we have 3 40s though, because we have the M18R1 on Twitch. And then the 2 40s over there. 6, 7, 25. Oh, maybe I'll just add the scores together. Let's do that. Let's add the score together. So the M18R1's 40% plus 19 is 69 or 59. The G63 7630 is 32 plus that is 72, 73, and then 68. Okay, so it's going to be the 7630, then it's going to be the 17 R5. Okay, because I just added the numbers together. Is that good? It sounds good enough. That's good enough. So G-series first. G-series first, 17R5 second, and then the battery last. Will we ever get to the battery? I don't know. Our luck has been pretty bad with all that stuff lately. Oh, one other thing I got new here. I got a new lens. This is a new lens. It's a 1.8 or 1.7, f1.7. It's not a super fancy lens, but I wanted to get a better blurry background on here, so a little bit better depth of field. So anyway, hopefully you notice it looks better or not. Maybe it was worth the 250 bucks or whatever it was. So I got it used, but okay. G7630. So for you people who don't know what a G-series is, G-series is basically a plastic Alienware. And I got to find it in the pile here. All right, so let's pull up his note and take a look at that. So here's the note. I always do that. I'm like, come on, people. Okay, I'll have to edit that out later. Okay, so the note is, laptop doesn't power on. It appears to be receiving power from the motherboard, but I'm not sure why it's not working. Fans don't start. Monitor doesn't flicker. So that's what we got. All right. All right, here we go. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a G-series 7630. Now, this one doesn't power on. The customer has no idea why. He says that the fans don't spin up and the screen doesn't even flicker. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Nicholas, just save another laptop. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you. Oh gosh, he punched another laptop. So we have a reoccurring thing going on that we keep having laptops that are punched. Now this is not the common model that has a punched laptop issue, but this one's plastic, so it might be a little bit more resilient, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is see if it turns on, right? And nothing's happening. Let's plug in the new power meter. Keep an eye up there. Hopefully it works. You ready? 3, 2, 1. We'll even put the chart on there because we like that, right? Look at that. Look at all that current flow. Boy! Look at that. So we did get a current spike of some sort, right? And then it dropped back down. And so that was the initial inrush current, so it's charging all the capacitors. And so now we're resting at 0.02, which is our resting current. That's what we really want it to be resting at. I'm going to open the lid. Let's see if it changes at all. Oh, wait, I didn't even do anything. Did you see that? So it had this current spike for a second. Ooh, I love this. I love this. Do you see that? We can actually see something happening. Okay. Now, I don't know what it's doing. I don't know why is it trying to initialize the charging of the battery or something like that? Does this have LLM? I think it does. I think it does. So we might have a liquid metal leaking issue, and if it is, then I'm going to be irritated. Okay, yeah, and then you see how the spikes look almost the same every single time? Well, it has an initial kind of bump, and then it goes up and then comes back down. But it's almost the same rhythm. Wow. I'm impressed. Pat myself on the back for this meter. Okay, and I had AI help me with it a little bit to start out, just to kind of knock it out because the initial thing. But then after that, when you're trying to fine tune things, it's really like talking to somebody who doesn't really understand what you're trying to tell them, and then they keep breaking things and messing. So I just ended up just finishing everything else myself. Okay, power in series. I have it in series. Okay, you ready? I'm going to open the lid. Let's see what it does. It didn't do anything different when I opened the lid. I'm going to press the power button. And it went down to, well, didn't do anything. So it's not doing anything when we press the power button, but it's doing that weird little kind of up and down thing. See, it went to that 2 amps again. It went to that almost 0.6 first and then went up to that. It's way cool. Leaking liquid metal, it might be. It's bouncing around with the music and beat. That's funny. Okay, so the machine's not working. The meter's telling us some weird stuff's happening. So let's open it up, take a look inside. AI can be useful. Yes, it can. It definitely is a good starting point for some things, but I kept, there's certain projects that I've tried using it on, and it's just been a nightmare just trying to, refine things, I guess. Like you can get a certain way of doing something, but sometimes it's funny. It's like, here, refine that like this, and then it gives you something totally different. Do we think it's a bad EC programming? I don't know. That's kind of a weird one if it was doing that. Why would it do a weird spike every once in a while like that? And I don't know if this one has a programmed EC or not. I'm not, I can't remember. Hello chat. Hello Jacob. Welcome. The AI is still in kid's age. Yeah, it is. Found Arduino stuff, worked out great. And I've written so many different Arduino programs over the years. I mean, my project folder, I probably have 30 or 40 different Arduino projects where I've written like automation tools and different sensors and things like that. So I've only done a couple ESP32s. This thing was like, I don't know, I bought 2 of these for 10 bucks, I think. 2 ESP32s, and then that right there was, I don't know how much it was. Not very much, 8 bucks maybe. And the bottom is off. I don't know why this is there, but let's take a quick look around. We got the main battery. It's a Dell OEM. We have the serial number there. There's a Wi-Fi card. We have 2 sticks of DDR5, 16 gigabytes. So we got 32 gigs of DDR5 gold in there. 2 NVMe's, but only one's populated. It's going to be a 2230 size drive there. And I guess this cover goes somewhere in here. somewhere it feng shui's into place. I have no idea. We'll figure that out later, I guess. Yes, the ESP32S3, and this is the C3 right here, is that one, but I don't know. The S3 is C3. And you could probably make this wireless too, if I went that way. Gold. All right, I'm going to pull out their SSDs real quick just to get that out of the picture, and then we'll start to do it. Your meter looks like it's monitoring laptop's pulse. Yeah, when I have that up there, it's like gong, gong, gong. Now, what's interesting is because I have my other meter in line after that, because the screen lights up, it's using current all the time. Now, if I turn it off, sometimes it goes negative, which I think is funny. So I'm like, I need to look at my code and put an absolute floor in there. I don't know why it has a negative value that can even show up. It doesn't make sense to me. But, so there you go. See, do you see that negative signal come up? I'm like, what did I do there? I have no idea. So that's why whenever I have it in line, it just turns on something. Okay. I'm going to make sure it doesn't have a negative signal because it doesn't even make sense to have a negative. Okay, so let's, I have the battery unplugged. I'm going to plug in the charger again. I want to see if it does the exact same thing. We want to see if it's triggering on the battery for charge or something. We want to know if it's the Wi-Fi is the problem. All right, so I plugged in the charger. We got the inrush current for a second. We got it pulling current for a second, went back down. You see that little kind of hill that's on there? We got that same pulse again, but we didn't have that flat plateau. God, I love this, the graph. I mean, this is gonna be a game changer for videos. She's flatlined, Jim. She's flatlined. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Only like 3 laptop board manufacturers. Yeah, so there's like Compal, Winstron, and MS. Well, who's the last one? Yeah, all the boards are basically the same. This is the Compal board right here. So the ODM is the same. Okay, so it's just kind of doing that pulsing. Let's actually take some measurements here. I want to see what it is doing here. We may just have some, I don't know. This pulsing is making me question my whole existence. All right, so we're just gonna look here where it comes into the machine. Oh, there's our where the DC jack goes into the machine, everything connected there. Okay, so we're gonna have half of this is gonna be the positive 20 volts and the other half is gonna be the ground, and then we're gonna have one communication line. So I'll measure right there. These are our 20 volts. So all of this goes through this via, and it's gonna go on the other side of the board most likely. And then that's ground, and then this should be our PSID pin, which is our communication line, which you can't see it because I got it covered up there. And that has 3.3 on it. So we do know that the communication line is going to be valid, so it should be able to communicate with the machine. So the question is, where's that voltage going? Well, here's a nice little inductor right here. Let's take a look at what this inductor has on it. We have 2 volts on here. We found our 2 volt line. No, 0.2 volts line. Not even 2 volts. That's, I think it's probably the battery charge circuit. Let me plug the battery in and see what voltage we get on the battery. We could try powering this thing on with a battery only. We got 10.5 volts on the battery. That should be enough voltage to power the machine on, so I don't think a charged battery is going to help me. MOSFETs. The blanket answer is MOSFETs. Yes, it definitely could be a MOSFET or something. We have a MOSFET here, and here's an inductor. We got 0.8 volt rail. Does anyone wanted a 0.8 volt rail? I found one. We found it. Hey, we could go thermal whenever it does a spike. We can go thermal. Oh, I got my old-timey TV. Whenever I try to charge I have it hooked to a phone over here. When I try to charge my phone while I'm displaying it, it makes it look like an old grainy TV. I have to unplug it and plug it back in. Let me do that. It's a cool effect. Okay, the smell test, the visual test. Yeah, we're gonna do both of those, but I like to milk our streams. I like to make our streams last forever. All right, so keep an eye on the board. We wanna look for when we have our spike to see if we have anything, and we sure can see a spike there. I see right here. Oh yeah, right there. So that was our spike, and you know what's right there? Do you know what's right there? Because it's diffuse right here, so get ready to look for it. Do the lick test. You guys are killing me. Oh. Okay, spike right there. Did you see it? And then second spike, boom. It almost had like a little square shape too. That's the chipset. Let me grab one of these boards so we can take a look at it. And we'll pull the board out though. But 7630, I think is this board. I think it's this board right here. Is this right? It's a little bit different. This one has a longer wing here, but it's basically the same shape, same setup. So this might be a 7620 or something like that, or I don't know. Or they just had a different version. Oh my gosh. Did you guys see that? Okay. So I still had this plugged in, and then it started sparking over here. So like this little piece of film was just kind of like splattering around on the board. It's just a bunch of capacitors right there, so nothing happened here. Turn this motherboard into a frisbee. Here, let's see if we did anything bad, but I don't think we did. It was just kind of like a spark, 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 spark. It got me. It got me. So, yeah, it was right there on these capacitors right here. It was like, anyway, shorting out like things like that doesn't cause anything. And this was actually this foil paper, because I had this thing held off the ground. I wasn't even touching the board with it, so I held it held up. And then this little piece of paper has this foil on it, and it was like us folded under and just kind of like started pop, 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 pop. So anyway, we can see if the board still does the same thing, because we did more stuff to it just now. Or did we jump start it? So all I wanted to point out, and I'm going to protect it this time, all I wanted to point out is that the board's about the same, and the chipset's right there. So that's what we're seeing light up in this area right here is the chipset. So bad news is what I'm saying. You had a spaz moment. No, it made me jump when it was like. Yeah, so for example, this board right here, the only reason I have it in my stack is because it posts sometimes. And I believe it's a chipset issue in general. So I don't know, but our motherboard's doing the same thing. My sparking didn't change its brokenness. So let's go ahead and pull the board out. Get your bourbon goggles on, because we're going crazy, man. Should we take the Wi-Fi card out? It might actually be the Wi-Fi card this time. It's a hydrating moment. I think I'm going to bust out some of that whiskey liqueur. Okay, should we take the RAM out too? The DDR5. Fluxing motherboard sparked Jim. RAM out. Let's try it again. So you want to kind of start taking things out of the picture anyway before we start taking things apart. So Wi-Fi card is taken out, RAM is taken out. And we got like a double startup spike, it looked like, but the thing is I don't know if this machine even comes on by itself with or without power or whatever. I don't know if it needs a power button or not, but to me it seems like it might have a CMOS reset where it turns on. So we have the RAM out, that out, and I also want to unplug the palm rest. Who needs a Wi-Fi card? Where we're going, we don't need the Wi-Fi card. We take the battery out too. Sell the RAM and retire. So I had a system that I had to send back yesterday. Yes, it was an XPS 9520 motherboard. The motherboard, we might have done it on the stream, I can't remember, but I think it has a bad CPU. And anyway, the motherboard was going to need to be replaced. Can't find the board anywhere, and anybody who does have it was price gouging $1,000 or something crazy, which isn't worth it for that machine. So the guy was going to have it sent back. Well, he has a 2 terabyte NVMe in there, and he has 64 gigs of DDR5. And so, and the machine actually turns on, actually. So it turns, so I think it's about a chipset. But anyway, it turns on, gives like a Dell screen for a second, then shuts off and never comes back on. And I tried every trick in the book to try to get working. So he's probably going to sell the machine as a screen comes on, they were told about motherboard, and then he could sell his DDR5 64 gigs and the 2 terabyte. He should get well over $1,000 for all that stuff. So he should be fine. Should be fine. Put the RAM in a safe place. Put it in a safe. So I'm going to unplug these things too. Sometimes you have an MCU board that has an issue. So we got that out of there. And then we're going to have to do we'll do a visual inspection before we take out the whole board. Got that same setup every single time. Dunk, dunk, dunk. No change at all. Same double pulse there, although that second spike seemed a little higher. But I don't know. Did we ever get the 220? 221, whatever it takes? Reset the CMOS. So we have the battery out right now, so the CMOS is being reset by doing this, but there's no CMOS battery in this. So, I mean, I'll discharge all the capacitors by holding that down, but it should be reset. AI is just a fad. I believe it is a fad for all the venture capitalists, for sure. But everyone needs to, for their Ponzi scheme to work out, everybody has to buy in. Howdy, folks. Mupshot just showed up. We've been waiting for you all night, Mupshot. Okay, so that's still not working. Let's go ahead and pull the board out. Let's keep going. Colossus, yeah. That's a big one. That's a big one. Beats the 1 second, then dies. Just reappropriate the 32 gigs into a desktop. Yeah, did I show you? I have those little adapters. I haven't tried them out yet, but I need to try it. I missed the raw dogging yet. We have a little bit of raw dogging going on, but what you missed is our new power meter I built. Look at that thing. It's so beautimous. I don't know what we're going to name it. We're going to name it something good. I hate how these things come apart. This one comes apart a little differently than the other ones. Pop that bubble. I know. I got a bunch of, if it pops, I'm going to make a lot of money because I got plenty of shorts on right now for that. Nate, your tech could set up your logging. Oh, logging the meter. That could be a good idea. And then have like different symptoms. You have 10 sticks of 8 gig DDR5. I have a lot of 8 gig DDR5 because not that many people want 8 gig DDR5. Name it Steve. Oh, that'd be fun just to name it something like that. This is the Bill edition. I'm going to call this one Bobby. Okay, Bobby. Name it Karen. I'm not naming anything Karen. Nothing's going to be named Karen ever. That name has been forever tainted. I think there's not going to be a Karen named as a child for many, many years. DPP. Dell Parts People. Power. Pop something. This thing has a lot of weird screws in it. These aren't their normal screws, I don't think. But we'll see. Yeah, I showcased it in the beginning. So we have the little chart, the graph at the bottom, and all that fun stuff. And we determined we wanted to keep looking like the old meter. Make you have a double take. Come on, Nate. Billy Bob. We'll call it Billy Bob. Damn it, Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob's power meter. Call it Zen. Your aunt's name is Karen, but your aunt's already grown. I'm saying that there's not going to be any children named Karen. I think the name Karen's going to be not used for a long time. Omega 1. Well, I'm going to make it Omega 5559. I feel bad for a woman who actually is called. I would be using my middle name. I don't care what my middle name is. I would be using a middle name by now. Uncle Buck. I like that. That's a great movie, by the way. Call it Colossus. Maybe I should call it LL, not M. the Bubba meter? A Booba meter? Yeah, Kevin also. Kevin's the other one. Okay, and the motherboard is out. The beautiful motherboard. Beautiful. We might be reflowing a chipset. What do you think? Oh, this does have a... What kind of EC it has? What kind of EC it has? I don't know why I'm speaking like that. Let me get the DC jack, because I want to have it on the bench while we're doing this. Number 5. Ooh, we could do it like a Johnny 5 type of thing. Call it Johnny 6. Bob's Power Plus meter. The Dell Power Meter Plus. I'm sure I have the code on GitHub. I don't have it public right now, but I'll eventually clean it up and then make it where it's open source, and then y'all can make it better than that, because I'm not that good at this stuff, man. I call it HAL. HAL 2.0, properly calibrated meter. Love it, love it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'll send one to Soren. Send one to Soren, but I'll have to get all the different plugs for him. What was I doing? Okay, we were gonna measure some power rails before I got distracted by all the talking. Name it yet another repair YouTuber. Yet another repair. Okay, let's do some measurements. Power. That. Let's plug it in. Let's get our pulses going. It's alive! It's alive! Hey, we got a power light. I just saw that. Do we have an error code? That'd be funny if we have an error code right here. Let's give it time. Give it time. Do you call it Alex? What if we called it Alex? nf.alex. What if we called it nf.powermeter? And then... oh, nf.powermeter. Why does the power meter have 2 amps? So let me show you. If you're late showing up here, I now have, so this is my new power meter. This is gonna be the max power that's ever drawn, so I can reset that at any time. So now, if we have current spikes, it will mark it down right there. So that says the max draw. So we'll reset that, so now we're fresh and clean. And then we can see it go up there. But yes, NF dot. Oh gosh. I see you work on Dells a lot. Do you have any experience with Galaxy books? No. I only work on Dell and Alienware. That's it. My company only specializes in Dell and Alienware. That's it. That's all. I've never even opened up another computer in my whole life. Well, since the late 90s probably. All right, did we get an error code or not? Is it just coming on whenever that comes on? We don't even have like RAM in there, so it should do something. It should give us an error. Call it MOS, like from IT Crowd. NF.Karen. That is just, this is gonna be so funny. The Northridge Fix Jr. You guys are really good. You guys are good. I love it. I love it. Max headroom. Oh. The Abigail meter. Light a match and the power strikes. Oh, I need to stop this pole. Darn it. No. Pole. Call it the Wappa. Call it the Wappa. The Wappa. It could be the Wappa. I don't know what's wrong with this. You guys need to tell me what's wrong with it at this point, because this is a weird one. I don't think it's a power-related inrush thing. I almost think it's, we either have a short on some power rail that's a little deeper down in there, a little pretty deep down in there, or we have a BIOS issue. So we have, this is probably after, yes. So here's after our DC jack, comes through the board, comes through these inductors, goes through these pair of MOSFETs, then goes through another pair of MOSFETs, then goes through this current sensor resistor, then goes through some more MOSFETs, and more inductors. And are we making it all the way over here? What does this give us? This is a 3.3. So our 3.3 is up and running. I will be running. I think we have to take the heatsink off to find the 5. The 5 must be right here. Let's see if we can measure it there. This is the 5, I bet. So 5 is up. So we got 3 volt, we got 5 volt. 3 volt, 5 volt, 20 volts there. If we can find our 1.8, then we'll probably have to say BIOS, I guess. I don't know. Where's our 1.8 at? Where you at, buddy? You under the heatsink? You hiding under the heatsink? What about our chipset? Do we have 1.8 on our chipset? Chipset coming on, obviously, right? Focus, man, focus. Check the power rails to see if it's coming up for a moment. Well, yeah, because they are on. See, look, they're on all the time. See, 5 volts on. 5 volt on. But let me see if what we got here. So we got 0.8 on the chipset. 0.8 is not enough unless this thing runs on 0.8. Does anyone concur with that? There's our 1.8. Because I think the 0.8 should be 1.05. Unless I'm just absolutely nuts. Unplug it, plug it back in. So we're going to unplug it. It's unplugged. You obviously can see it on my little awesome chart there. Plug it back in. 0.8 comes up. I don't like 0.8. Does anyone like 0.8 for a voltage? Huh. We need the easy burrito detector. Well, that would be the going thermal. The going thermal detector. So we have the chips. This is the EC chip that's warm there. And then the chipset's what actually fires up and gets all that heat, I think, whenever we get the spike. So there's our spike. There's our chipset right there. All right, I'm going to take the heatsink off. That's a 0.8 volt rail. 0.8 is not enough. I agree with you. So does anyone else think I'm out of line with that? Or is there a chance that this chipset runs at 0.8 and I just don't know that? 0.8's bad as 6.7. Go 7, 8, 9. You know that joke. I like the old display better. Okay, Sam likes the old display better. So Sam likes this better. All right, Sam, we're looking. This is what we're doing right here. Look how much better that is. It's looking pretty good. That? No, not that. It's funny because it looks so washed out now because I think it's been on for so long. Oh, you like the second one better. Okay, the one that's just 3 numbers. Sam put it out. Sam, you're out of the room. So you don't like the digital look or the 7-segment display look, or do you? I have it. I can do reverse block on it too. Is it just harder to read because it's like the numbering or something? I don't know. Hello from New Zealand. No, it's much better. Second is much better. I will see if I can get a good side-by-side that we can mess with again. It's very clear. That's the whole point, making it very clear. Looks good here. Okay. Okay. All right, here I'm gonna put this back. Nothing to see here, nothing to see here. We can just go home. We're done. We don't need anything. We don't need it. Nothing. Nope. Nope, I'm done. Don't want it. All right, here we go. Okay, all right, so we're gonna pull this heatsink off. And we're gonna pull it off together. Oh wait, VCC primary 105 or 0.82. So 0.82 might be startup and then 105 is running. Jester, you're the king, bro. You're the king. Okay, yes. LLM, is it coming? It's coming in hot. We got LLM coming in hot. Here we go. You know what's funny? So we do have it we do have it leaking. We do have LLM happening. But they double damned it. Have you been double damned before? Double damn, I double damn dare you. Look at this. They have a dam, and then they were like, screw it, we'll put 2 dams in. So they added a second dam, and the second dam caught it. So it's not actually leaking. When I first saw it, I was like, oh shoot. But they're smart. They said, I double damn dare you to leak, because if you do that, then I'm going to be mad at you. So there's our leak, right? So we got our first dam, and our second dam, So it comes over here. But it didn't make it out here from what I can tell. Let me move this heatsink out of the way and put it in a very, very safe place since it's covered in crappy liquid metal. But we are going to take a little gander around the board. You guys hit that bell if you see anything. But I don't see anything so far. Okay, slowly, slowly. So this board actually goes to the G15 and the G16. So it goes to a 5530, I believe, and a 7630. So I'm just doing a little sweeping action. I don't see anything there. How many warranty repairs do I do? I don't get that very many warranties. I just got a warranty the other day, actually. I'm sending out, well, it's still waiting there. And it was 6 months ago. And then he said he had the same issue where the laptop's dead again, and I get it, and it's an EC chip issue, totally unrelated to his other issue. So I just charged him like a $79 like install fee, basically, a cheap fee. Then that included all the shipping and all that stuff. So I didn't gouge him on the whole thing, because that's not who I am. It's not about making the bucks. Okay, I don't see anything going on here, except for that, but I don't like it. Oh, love the count. Okay, so the damn busters. Oh, so are we still hating liquid metal, everyone? Liquid metal doing liquid metal things. So is there still someone in the chat that would say they would put liquid metal on their own laptop? So but I don't know what the issue is at this point. It might be the chipset, or it might be a BIOS issue for all I know. But I want to start the thing up. Despise it. Effing liquid metal. Yes, yes. Why liquid metal is in a laptop, I will never know. But says, heck yeah. Nope, hate it. Nope, get that away from me. Nope, 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 nope. No way, Jose. You don't even know who Jose is. Anything but liquid metal. Let's turn this on under the thermal camera. I want to see what it does when we go thermal and have the heatsink off. I just want to see if the CPU actually does anything too. So CPU's there, GPU's there, chipset's here. Alrighty? So that was the inrush. Oh, there was a CPU came on for a second for that one spike. And then looks like the GPU turned off first. I don't know if that means anything, but to me it looked like it tried to do it tested most of those first, and that was okay. So then it said, okay, let's go ahead and now start that and start the GPU, and then it said, eh. And the VRAM power supply came on for a second. Can we identify one of the VRAMs that are getting hot? Let me see if I can. Let me take this off of here real quick. Take this little cover off so we can see if any of the VRAM's getting hot. There we go. Okay, try this again. So this is the VRAM power supply right here. That's what got hot there. But we want to look for these. There's 4 memory. I can tell how much time it took. Bottom center. So bottom center of liquid metal is way too messy. Okay, I want to wait for it to spike again. I want to see. Let's. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm almost inclined to say this is like some sort of BIOS issue. Who's on board with that? I don't know, because it's like we have all the power rails, and even though we do have leaking liquid metal, I don't know. It's a weird one. I mean, I can go through and measure. We'll just measure some of these things over here and see if we have any shorts anywhere. But I just don't see us having a short. It could be Could. So we should have 0.3 here. We got 2 ohms here. 2 ohms? 8 ohms? Do we have a good ground? 1 ohm? How is that possible? 1 ohm? Maybe it's because it's such a tiny little GPU. Look at it. Look at this little un poquito. Look how tiny that little guy is. I don't even know what this is. This is like a suggestion of a GPU. Check BIOS. I want to scope the BIOS. We could scope it. See if it's even going to pull from it. We can do that. Yeah, so that, I don't think it's the GPU. I was thinking that at first. And then we saw these power stages right here turn on, but I don't know if we saw these turn on. But 31 ohms. It's so high. 31 ohms? What kind of CPU is this? 31 ohms. Smack the BIOS. Yeah, check the BIOS. We can do a scope the BIOS real quick, but we're just going to see it do some talkbacks and all that, and that's all we're going to see. So I don't know. I don't know, man. Let me see if I can get this set up, man. Although I have to turn this other beautiful power meter off that only some people like. Let's see if that works. Okay. That's a good job, damn. Yeah, it's 30 ohms is sus, but I don't know. I've been seeing that kind of a weird value on these newer chips. I don't know if this is a 14th gen or it's just a Core Ultra or not. I have no idea. So, but the Core Ultras, I've been seeing some weird stuff on there. Okay, you ready? Let's see, what am I looking for? BIOS. BIOS is right here. You want a BIOS? I got a BIOS right here. Step right up and get your BIOS. So pin 2 on the L BIOS. So pin 2 is right there. Okay. Look for some chatter. Got some talking. More talking. Is that all the talking you got? More talking? What else you got to say? Oh, you're saying a lot? Look at all that stuff it's saying. So it's it's on. It's running. It's running. Now, how much current are we pulling? I can't see. No, it's just sitting there at 0.01. So it's running whatever its code is, but maybe it's stuck past that. Too late for visual inspection? I think it might be wise to do a visual inspection. This person is wise. John, you are wise. Let's do it. BIOS still could be weird even though we have actual, data's going right now. But we will do a visual inspection anyway. Okay. Did the Windows update brick another laptop? It could. It could totally be that, for sure. What is this? Look at the bottom of the screen. It's a 7630 G-series 7630. So Dell's cheaper gaming laptop. So there was a cover here, and I didn't take it off. I don't think. No, I didn't. So you see how there's like a kind of a line here? Like that. And then you can see the sticky film, and then you see this sticky film on here that's all over all this stuff. That's evidence that there was something here, but it's not there now. Has somebody been in this laptop? No. It's never been sent to another repair shop before it came to me, ever. Look at all this stuff. Look at all that stuff. Just read Buffalo Wild Wings. Can keep boneless wings on the menu. I don't like wings. They're too much work. Now, if it doesn't have bones in it, I guess it'd be easier to eat. But there's something to be said about just like having to work my butt off to eat just a little bit of food. Okay, we already looked around here, so we're going to go over here. The chipset. We saw all the voltages on there. You said 0.8's fine. The board, oh, is that what y'all wanted to know? Sorry, the board's that. Which I don't think I have that board. M531P? I don't know if we're to the point we need a board view or anything, but we want to find something that's cracked or burnt or something. We have no shorts right now, so that's why if we have all of our power rails up and running, and the battery, it's not charging the battery though. And it has a Novaton, which I can't program. We have a scratch here. See that scratch right there? You see there's a hair. What do we do about that? Somebody's been in here. I don't see any ripped off components. Maybe I can take these little daughter boards off too. Let's do that, just to make sure that those aren't shorted or having any issues. Sure is a lot of boneless wings talk. I guess I responded to it. I have it if you want it. Okay. Yeah, let me check this and make sure I have it real quick. You put a comma in there, Premise, so it didn't bell. I just realized that. Let me see. Let me just check if I have it here. Do you have both? I definitely don't work on this one that often, but let's see. So M453, what is it? M531. M531. Oh yeah, I got it. I got that. Nailed it. I don't have the schematic, I don't think, but I got it. All right, so I have the board view, just in case we need it. But that's the last resort. I don't like pulling up that stuff unless I don't have to. So I'm going to take these guys off too, because we don't need these. Try BIOS recovery feature, but it won't power on, so we can't do BIOS recovery. It'd have to have a power on. You have the schematic also? Okay, I'll have to check the schematic, see if I have that. All right, let's see what it's doing now with this unplugged. Is the battery borked? The battery actually had 10.5 volts on it, so that's why I haven't put a test battery on it. So we went 0.4, then we went up to our 2 amps, 2.1, and then we did the same spike in that same amount of time. So it's definitely loading something out of the BIOS, but I think it doesn't like what it's in the BIOS. So let's just do a BIOS real quick on it and get that out of the way. Just check that box, because otherwise it's just a waste of time if we're sitting here just measuring a bunch of junk. All right, so raise your hand if you've never done a BIOS repair. All right, so I'm going to use my Pogo pen connector. I'm going to use my 48 T48, whatever it is. Links in the video's description. Flash and reflash. So I'll extract it. We can repair the BIOS, or we can try to find a new one. I have that board over there. I think is a different board, so I don't know if I have this one. But I could basically just take the BIOS that we have, put a new EC region in it, put a new ME region in it, put a new BIOS region in it, and then put it back together, and it should be fine. So the BIOS chip that we're working with today is going to be a 25Q256JV. So put that in your head. Pin 1's on that side. Pin 1 I have marked here. I'm just going to hold this down right on that top of that. And we'll see if we can read this. Mm, 251Q JV. Q256JV. All right, remember people, no jokes. You can do jokes while I'm reading, but not while I'm writing. When I program this thing, it's a joke, no joke time, because I have to be really still for like 4 minutes. Oh my gosh. Barney, no! Oh, that does remind me, I did make some new emotes for Twitch, but I haven't put them in there yet, so I'm so sorry. I made a lurking one, and I made some other ones that were pretty good, but I didn't have a chance to actually upload them. So I will get that done. Okay, so let me save this off. So that's saving the customer's original. We will go to our folder here, new folder. And it is put my repair number on it. And this is a G-series G16 7630, right? Something like that. And then we name it original, because that's what I do. I don't really care how it's spelled. Original is close enough. Okay, so I don't think I have another one of these to load in here, just already ready to go. But we can check. That's the one I just made. Here's one right here. That has the new BIOS in it, but that's not a clean ME, so. RIP working. And Spiron, those are a Spiron 7630s. Okay, so yeah, we don't have it, so we're gonna have to make one. All right, y'all ready? Here we go. We're going in hot. Coming in hot. So we will do it. Okay, we'll start out with this. Okay, so there's a lot of steps in this, so hang out. Have fun with that. Okay, so I gotta open quite a few windows here. So I'm gonna at least open first my BIOS tools. I gotta get my BIOS tools. I need my ME analyzer. Okay, and we're gonna analyze that. And so I need to analyze their file to figure out what type of, oh, was there an error down here actually? Low level file. So there might be some sort of corruption in it. So ME Analyzer, all these tools you can search, so you'll see the name, you can search for it. So this is a 16.1 version of the ME region. So these are a lot more difficult to deal with. And so I have a trick as a workaround, so hopefully we don't run into this, but if we have to deal with this, I'm going to deal with this. All right, so now we're going to open the next tool. It's going to be our extraction tool. So tools. And when you go to 16.1, not modular, we need this one. Nope. Maybe it isn't modular. Yeah, okay, so we want to make sure we don't have any extra folders in here, get those out of there. We're going to open our fit tool here. Now I'm just going to drag our file right on top of this and see if it loads. And if it throws us the error, then we're going to be in hell. No error, yes! Okay, so there's no error, so I don't have to do this crazy workaround. But right now, it loaded, and all we need to do is we need to save this off. So I'm going to just hit save. Oh, we're going to have to do a save. Actually, let me get rid of this file that's in here. I already have this untitled. Let me get rid of that. Okay, so now I'm going to hit save. And now I can close the program. So what I did is I opened Fit 16.1, or the Fit tool, and then I dragged the extracted BIOS onto it. That extracted it into this folder, this decomposed folder, all these different parts here. But I needed to save it off so I can reopen that same image, because I'm going to edit some stuff in this folder and then I can rebuild it. Okay? Does that make sense? Is everyone there with me? Let me check my chat here. I can't see it too well, so I'm just kind of trying to see it all at the same time here. This part is hard. This part is very hard. It took me a long time to get to this part, okay? It took me a long time to get this figured out. Wes is here, welcome. All right, so we're gonna come into this folder. We're gonna go to the decompose folder. So this is all the sections of the BIOS, okay? So we have the BIOS region, which is the main region, 24 megs of this 32 meg file. Then we also have the ME region. Where's that at? There's the ME region, it's 3.16. And then we also have the EC region, which EC region is gonna be a lot harder to write, but we can deal with it if we need to, but I'm not gonna do that first. We're gonna do this region and do this region first. But first we gotta go get a BIOS from Dell's website. Alrighty. Yeah, DIY Dave's actually late today, by the way, everyone. Just so you know, Dave Unbranded and all that stuff, if you can help out a little bit more, because DIY is not here. All right, so we're gonna go to Dell's website. Let's see if I can pull that up. All right, 7630. I like Dell's site. You can just search right here and it pulls it up immediately. There it is. There it is. It's quick and easy. Oh. We having fun yet? We're getting there. All right, so on here we want to download the BIOS region as the recovery format, not the regular format, not this format, but I'm going to copy this name right here just because I want to be able to name it. So we're going to download this RCV and open that up. And then we're going to rename that to what we just named it. And I'm going to move that into my extraction folder, which I have over here, which I need to open any one of these. Where's it at? BIOS tools, downloads, paste. All right, so I'm going to copy the name here. So this is how many BIOSes I've worked on, just to let you know. These are all different systems. And so every time I download one, I put it in here. And then I need to open my PowerShell window because I have PowerShell scripts that I'm running. And so we're going to be running, looks like I've been running a bunch of other scripts. So it's not in my, darn it. Great. Okay, so we're going to use one of these extractor tools. I don't know which one it is. We're going to guess this one. I actually don't know. I have no idea. So we'll figure it out. Oh, it's not the right one. Let's try another one. So we just have, there's 4 different ones we try. So we'll try that one first. Try UCP next. No, it's not right. Of course, it's going to be the last one, I bet. I don't think it's this one. Nope. It's just going to be the regular Dell one then, which rarely works half the time. Dell extract right here. There we go. That one extracted just fine. And it looks like we have 2 BIOSes. Yay! I hate it. Okay, everyone there with me? We're still good? Control R in PowerShell makes a history in IRC. Really? Okay. What are we working on tonight? Yeah, so Wes, we have a 7630 that looks like a BIOS issue, but we have no idea. So we're going to figure it out. All right, so now it just extracted a new folder in here called G-series 5530, Precision 7630, same motherboard, same thing. And so here's our firmware. And so we have 2 different firmwares. We have an E and a P. So P is going to be the high end. Wait, no, P is going to be the low end of the board, and E is going to be the high end of the board. Sent you the schematic on Discord. Thank you, because I don't have it. So perfect. I'll grab that in a second if we need it. Thank you, Promise. All right, so P, I think, stands for poor graphics. E stands for extra awesome best graphics, because they have EG, PG, whenever it comes to all the nomenclature of palm rest and touchpads and all this stuff. So we know we have poor graphics, or the low end, because the GPU is like really tiny. So we're going to go with this one. And I like to sort it by size. So here's our BIOS region. You can see it's that size. And then we need to see the management engine is this size. So those are the 2 we're going to take. Take both of those. And we're going to copy them over here. There they are. And then we need to rename this properly. So I'm going to copy that and then just gibberish that out and rename this one. And then the other one is the ME region. Copy that. And paste. All right, so everyone understand what I just did? I just kind of overwrote. I put the new ones in there and rewrote it, and then now I can delete these out of there. So now the ones that are actually in here, these are new ones that I just created. I don't know if the date's any different. 706, no, all the date looks the same here for some reason. But we have that new, and now we can open the fit tool back up, and then we'll open our saved XML file, and that will load all that stuff back in. Loaded it all in, nice, and then we'll just write it out, build, done. So now we built ourselves a new image with those other 2 parts injected in there. So we replaced the BIOS region, which is the biggest portion of it, and then we also replaced the ME region, which makes it where it can work on any of these machines. So you can just take this BIOS now and stick it on any machine and it works. All right, so I'm going to cut that out of there and we'll move it back into our folder here with our customer stuff. I'm going to call it what it is. So G167630, and then we have it as a clean ME, and we have it as a, I like to say new BIOS whenever I inject a new BIOS into it too, but clean ME, new BIOS. All right, so that should be good, theoretically. All right. So let's go back to our programming tool and get that loaded in there, and then we will write it back in there. And this is whenever you cannot make me laugh. It's the number one rule. Number one rule. All right, let me get that lined up. Ready, detect. Which way is pin 1? I think I have it right. Anyone else leaving Discord? What does that mean? Oh, because of Discord being all crazy with their stuff? Yeah. I'm not on Discord enough to worry about coming or going. Shitlocker won't like this. Don't laugh. Yeah, I need to stop reading chat is what I need to stop doing. I'm gonna look away. Oh no, there's chat over here too. There's chat. I got chat on 3 different screens. I have a chat right next to my camera also. There's chat everywhere I look. And what's annoying is like I'm holding it in a way where it really hurts. So I don't think it's gonna make it. I can feel it already. This is where it takes a long time because it has to clear the chip, then it has to write to the chip, then it has to verify the chip. Yeah, I'm looking back at the team speak. Person says shot locker meant bit locker. Haha, no jokes. Shh, we're hunting wabbits. I know exactly what that's from. Send in. Name of the programmer, please. The programmer is a, well, it's right there on the screen, right? No, it's T48. 48T. I have a link in the video description. All the stuff's in the video description, so you can just scroll down and look in there. Unless you're on Twitch. And then it's in my details. Almost there. You will actually 3D print one. Yes, I will. I'm going to install it into this case, so it will just be all in one. Whew. Okay. Yeah, that hurt. So I was like mashing it into my hand. Let's see. There's like a big divot here. Oh, it hurt. Okay. So are we good? Is it working now? Did we fix it? Did we fix it? I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. Okay, but so you saw the process of rewriting the BIOS. We took their original BIOS. Now, it's not always the best way of doing it because you don't know how messed up their BIOS is, but we got it first try. We didn't have to start over, which is a good thing. Gordon's very happy. No errors. Okay, so we have our meter. Let's see if it does exactly the same thing. Will the BIOS fix it? We have a vote up on Twitch and on YouTube. So go ahead and click your button there. I'm going to give it just a minute or so while y'all do that. I'm going to have some coffee. Coffee. I fixed another BIOS. It'd be nice if it's a BIOS because I don't know what's going on with it other than that. It's weird. It's a weird symptom. Almost seems like chipsetty. Seems like a chipsetty issue. I didn't go eat your baby. So go ahead and vote, and if you want to, you can like the stream to try to get more people here. We only have 800 people here. We usually get up to about 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500 sometimes. If you like the stream, all of a sudden it starts to send a bunch of people here. Yeah, this whole thing is whiskey. That's all I'm having. This is coffee. It's cold brew with honey. Wind blows equals job security. Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. Yeah, but if you just press that button, I bet we'll get a bunch of people here. All right, so 50-50 chance it looks like that this will work. 220, 221, whatever it takes. Mr. Mom. Mr. Mom. All right, so you guys did your votes. Enough people did, I think. All right, here we go. Let's get back to our window here. Keep an eye on our meter. 3, 2, 1. We've got initial spike. Same freaking thing. Unless that's the first one and the second one. Wow. Thermal Grizzly. Precious Vice. Rabbit hole. There has to be a short then. What do you think? Do you think, or a chipset cooked? It could be that, but it's weird. It does this exact same thing every single time. And, Name it meter spike. nf.meter spike. JFix just became a member. What? Is JFix even here? I think JFix is sleeping. It's the middle of the night, isn't it? All right, so we didn't fix it. It's doing exactly the same thing. And I have no idea what the heck is going on with it. There has to be a short somewhere or the chipset's just effed. But it's just weird. You're looking at this, like that starts up and then shuts off faster. You know what? Actually, keep an eye out on this up here. I wish these reflections didn't suck so bad. Keep an eye over here. So we have, let me point out it with something else. Let's see. Right here, 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 and here. So this is going to be, these are all, okay, they're all lighting up equally. This one lit up more on this one edge. So I just want to see right here on that. I'm trying to keep it out of the circle ring. Okay, let's do it again. So right here on the, this is the MOSFET, 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 MOSFET. I just want to see if this lights up a little bit more. Again, this is a really low-end MOSFET. See how it has a kind of a bright little spike in there? Have you had a short being detected by the system? Starts out the cycle, immediately shuts off, and then resets and tries again. Yes, so that's why I'm thinking, but where's the short? Because we're getting all of our other power rails. I blame Dave. Dave's not here, man. Oh, the chipset or CPU is shorted. Yeah, so it's just that one little, looks a little spiky or hotter there. And then we're gonna look at these. So that's them right there. These are the inductors. The black things are the inductors. The actual MOSFETs are gonna be on the outside. I just wanna see if those are all even. Huh. Weird. It's the Wi-Fi card. Old Australia. Does battery need to be connected for the computer? I don't know, but let's grab a battery anyway. Or let's... The battery was connected before. Now, let me grab a battery that... and just rule their battery being bad out of it, so... Okay, let's try this one. Something's spiking on the right hand up there. Right, over here, right? No, not right there. That's a screw. Up here. I'm just gonna keep that up there for you guys, for your viewing pleasure. Dave has left the building. I'm going with voltage barrier failure, semiconductor or cap. Be nice if it's just a cap somewhere. Be the easiest pizza there is. It's annoying, like it's so inconsistent for the brightness of this thermal camera. Like, I have to get it in certain areas in order for it to light up right. All right, let me plug this battery in. What if I did it at an angle? It might be better for the thermal camera. MOSFET issue. I mean, I have no freaking, it's a weird one. It looks to me like it's trying to start something up and it's shorted. That's what it looks like to me, but then we haven't found a short yet. Now, we haven't went around and just done our crazy measuring of capacitors everywhere. Lock the range of the FLIR in settings. Let's try that. Okay, so, well, I have it locked between 20C and 150C. I don't have it on auto. So this is auto. And then this is, oh, shutting down. Temporarily measurements, switched modes. So this is 100 to 600C. I don't know, I normally don't have it in that. All right, battery's plugged in. Let's see if this setting does anything different. You saw that little point there almost? I hate people watching me work. Oh, I don't know. It's all part of the fun here. It's not charging the battery either. So that's what weirds me out. Bottom square. This is going to be the EC chip down here. So that's good. First laptop still, yes, Max. But first laptop could easily be thrown against the wall, and we can move on to the next one. All right, I vote for measuring stuff, going around and measuring, because that's all we can do right now. It's pretty weird. All right. It's Christmas already. We need to understand this motherboard. I mean, what is it trying to tell us? I feel like it's doing something. It's telling us something, right? What is all this stuff? It's like coming off of everywhere. It's like that flaky stuff from the stickies. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to go around and just measure some stuff. Concur? That's all we can do. So, random cap search. We're in continuity mode. And let's see what we come up with here. So I'm going to start in this corner. And all we're doing is just kind of trying to find something that is shorted. So I'm just going to be measuring the ground. We're going to have one side that's going to beep, one side that isn't. And that's what we want. And we also want to measure all of these jumpers here. So I'm going to go around and just kind of hit those. So we should have one side that beeps and one side that doesn't. And the 0.8 power rail was correct, right? So, what's that? What? I have no idea what I'm looking at here. It gave birth to another capacitor. Do you see what I'm seeing? Do you see what I'm saying? This thing gave birth to another capacitor. It's hard to show you this. That means we have something ripped off somewhere. So now we got to find where it's ripped off. But what's even crazier, is it soldered there? It's soldered to it. It doesn't want to come off. What do we get ourselves into again? It's reproducing itself. It's giving birth to another one, I tell you. Can you, do you understand how weird this is? How, it's cute. I can't even say it's feng shui because it's kind of straightened and parallel with the other one. If it was a little cockeyed, I would say, hey, that thing's feng shui. It's a transplant. I don't really understand this unless the factory had one blow off and then it was like soldered. And It was a pick and play goof? Could be. So that mean, you think so? Okay, well let's just say it's a pick and place goof. If it was, it's not causing any harm at all because it's not shorting to anything. It's just kind of floating in midair. And let's just go with that for right now. But be vigilant for any other shorts or anything, right? So let's just keep going. But I think this is crazy. Crazy, man. I almost thought I found something. Nope. False alarm. Nope. False alarm. We're getting there. I feel like we're going to get something. I feel like something's going to pop out at us, don't you think? It's the antenna, I tell you. So we should have one beep and not a beep on the other side. That's what we're looking for here. I'm just kind of working my way up. And usually the side that points to the chip is the one that's the positive side. And we're probably not going to have anything over here, but because what I'm thinking is going to be on one of these lower power rails over here, so I'm going to keep working my way around this way. Okay. It's a double. That's called a double stuff. Double stuff. That's the new meter's name. The double stuff. NF.double stuff. Did I get all those? Okay. So EC chips right here. Let me check some zeros. We having fun yet? I punched another laptop. This is when it gets boring to me because I'm just sitting here doing this. But whenever I find it, I'm like, yes, yes. This does work though. Okay. Let me switch cameras for a second. So I didn't move enough, and so I have this on a motion. So it means for 2 minutes it did not see me move. So we got to let the camera reboot. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. Check the back of the board for the children. Yeah, when I make my way around, and then we gotta somehow protect this liquid metal from getting everywhere. So I'm gonna have to like hook the heatsink back on, or clean it all off, or do something. Put 3 bolts on every cap, and see if it goes boom. Where's Lead Farmer when we need him? The cap transferred over the Wi-Fi. I downloaded it. It's a new app. The cap downloader app. Okay. Good. So it's just a double stuff, huh? We don't have any ripped stuff. So we had the scratch right here. But I don't know. I don't know. All this stuff is working over here because we have all these power rails up and running, so I don't think it's one of these. There's our power management chip. We know that's working, we know that's working. Let's see, this stuff should be working. So I don't think it's any of those things. What happened to the 1.8? The 1.8 was, we measured 1.8 on here. We measured our 8.8 and then we measured a 3.3. So we measured everything on our chipset. So we know 1.8's up, but now there may be another 1.8 that I'm not, I don't know where that is, but I'll have to find it. So this is the VRAM. VRAM's 75 ohms. That's crazy. It's really high. Downloaded some LLM. I'm surprised we don't have like liquid metal leaking somewhere because the way this is acting. tell. That's fine. All right, we're going to have to look on the other side of the board, I think. Although I've seen it on a USB port before. An issue. So let me see it over here. That's all good too. Well, we're going to have to flip it. Flip this thing. And how are we going to flip it? How are we going to do it? I'm going to have to put the heatsink on, I guess. PMC cracked in the corner. Power management chips over here. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't think it's cracked, but it looks weird. There you go. Just a happy little power management chip. Now we can measure all this stuff on there, but if the 3 volt and the 5 volts coming up, then we know that the power management chip should be good. Tape it. We could tape it, or we could put the heatsink back on. Tape it be the easiest, I guess, for us to not have to worry about it for right now. Oh man, kick flip it, curb stomp it, flip it good. Oh man, this is already, we haven't even done anything yet. And I'm worn out. All right, we're gonna cover up this liquid metal because I'm lazy. Oh, does that have liquid metal on it? Bro. What? That has liquid metal on it. Why would that have liquid metal on it? Did that have a cover? Oh yeah, it did have a cover. It did have a damn barrier. Why would that have liquid metal on it? That thing is not high enough end. High end enough. High enough an end? Okay, we're gonna have to clean it off. I didn't know that it had liquid metal. I thought it was just regular thermal paste. Well. PVC0101 area for 2 burned caps. What? Really? Liquid metal, liquid metal, liquid metal, liquid metal. Okay, so where's PVC101? Hold on, let me pull that up. Premise is on the case. PVC101, PCV, PCV. So that's going to be back of the board. That's the back of the board. We haven't even been on the back of the board yet. Two burned caps. So if I look on this side of though, was there 2 burned caps? Or just look on the other side of the board. All right, let me clean this up real quick and then we'll deal with this. Eye-wide meme. User applied. It could be, but then there was a thing that said damn, so that's the wording, the code word from the factory that says put some liquid metal in this area. Anyway, this is a small GPU. This is an X4, so this is like a 4060 maybe? No, I don't even know if it's a 4060. It might be a 4060. It might be a 4050. I bet this is like a 4050 Ti. So look it up, GN21-X4-A1. I think that's like a 4050. Works from the back to the front. Works from the back to the front. I like that. Okay, I'll look around there in a second. Let me finish cleaning this up. I need some LLM remover. 4060, okay. Where'd my LLM remover go? There it is, dangling tape. All right, so I got the LLM remover on my tip just a little bit. There it is. And that allows me to pick up all this liquid metal very easily. Look at all that. Just grabbed it like a heat seeker. 2 burn caps were dangling. Tape sparked. Oh, okay. But, okay. Interesting. Now I'm picking up what you're setting down. But it didn't change what it was doing in the first place. But we can take a look at that for sure. Okay. Nice. Nice. All right, are we clear? Do we have any liquid metal on the board? Looking good. All right, let me flip it over and we're gonna take a look at the other side. All right. PV01. Left side with cleaner. All right. Okay, hold on. Let me do this just so we can kind of get the same view here. So you have the board. Here's our board view. Wait, I don't see the board view. Do you see it? There it is. All right, so board, this is the flip view. I gotta flip this damn thing. There we go. All right, so right here, it's gonna be in this area. Right there. That's what you're saying? Oh man, I'm tired. Ah, look at that. Yep, sure enough. How'd you see that? How'd you see that so well? You know what's funny is that that's cracked. That's cracked. It's not shorted. Or is it? Nope, it's not shorted. But I can see a crack right there. You know what's funny? So, you know, because when I was holding that board over the thing, I was like, I'm not even touching the machine. So I assumed that tape went down there and touched this. Do you think that was already like that and it was arcing and doing that? Or do you think the foil did that? If the foil did hang down. I was just trying to come up with some logical way of why that happened right then, but this cap, look at it. It'd be funny if it just like started popping when I was holding it there. I don't know. Let me take both of those off of there, see if it changes anything. Because the board was doing exactly the same thing, whether it did that or not. So like if that happened whenever I did that, I don't know. I'm confused. Are you confused? I'm confused. All right, so I'm just gonna block that stuff right there. Let me just pull these off. You did that, I like that. You did that. How dare ya? Okay. I'm just trying to think of why it would do exactly the same thing. If this is a cause, right? If this is a cause, then it was doing exactly the same thing prior to me doing that. So that's what I'm confused about. Hence our graph. Our graph is showing us all the good stuff. Looks like those pins are shorted and punched the laptop. So why is it shorted across here? Because like this would be positive or that would be positive, one of the two, but I mean, it wasn't grounded. I don't understand. None of that makes sense to me. Champapon. I don't understand why it would do that. It came defective from the factory. Maybe. I don't even know what size these are. Ooh, it's hot. This is a thick board. Come on, baby. Thing's hot. Own it. I'm owning it. I frisbeed another laptop. I curb stomped another laptop. Dude, that does not want to come off. What's going on with this stuff today? Yeah, own it is what you meant, yeah. You did that, own it. I'll take it. I'll take it, I own it. But I still want to know why this would have anything to do with the issue that was already happening. Come on, dude. I'm about to add some solder to this. These don't want to move. I don't understand. I don't understand. Put some flux on it. I put some flux on it. Put some flux on it. I'm going to add some solder is what I'm going to do. Some solder. I'm going to put some solder on it. Maybe I should plug it in while I'm doing this too, so I can own it some more. I'm going to re-own it all over again. Alright. You've been flooded with leaded solder. Now you are free to move about the cabin. Break it out of the stencil. Yeah, it's probably just sitting on that little stencil thingy. What the flux? It's maybe welded. Yeah, maybe I welded it onto the board. That's weird. There's a lot of heat I'm putting here. Look at that. There we go, got that one. Yeah, that was hard work. I feel like I worked too hard to just take off 2 capacitors. Okay. The short is gone! Will it turn on? Well, it wasn't shorted anyway, but those things look cracked. So, I don't know. Alright, do you think it's going to turn on after that? I don't think so, because it was already doing that already. That doesn't make sense to me, see? Okay. What do you think about that? You want these? Who wants these? I just shot them away. I forgot to close this damn pole. Let me close that pole out. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. 2.21. Tambien. Better than factory. Just pointing out what I see. Thanks, premise. Making me look bad. No, I owned it. We fixed it. But it's still doing exactly the same thing as it did before that, too. Look at that. So, 2.21. Spikes up. Down. And then one more time. And about now. How did I predict that? You had to go back and see it, I guess. The gangsta voice, see? Yeah, that's my 30s gangstas. All right, so now we get to go around and measure over here. We're going to have to replace these when we're ready. When we're good and ready, we can actually measure some of our 4 ohms here. 4.7s. Check for shorts over here, which I doubt we do. So 0.2, nothing. This is all CPU stuff, so it's going to be kind of low resistance. That's fine. fine. These all should be kind of low. EC issue, maybe, but I can't program this EC. And it also, I think it programs itself whenever we turn it on. So maybe the BIOS, if we did inject an EC region into the BIOS, I could do that. Maybe I can get a BIOS from another machine. Did we ever find out what the error code was? Was there an error code? I know the light came on, but I'm not 100% that actually was an error code or not. We could try it again though. See if the SSD slots are mangled or anything like that. Thanks for the follow. Follow. Got something here. What do we got here? A 44 ohm and a 0.3, so that's not enough. That ain't enough. Make it enough. Those are all good. Something's gonna jump out at us. I feel like it. I feel it coming. $17 ohm. What's that? 17? Oh, that's the chipset. This is the chipset one, right? That was at 0.8. So it's not good. This is the 3 volt and 5 volt power rails. Those are up and running. We reflow the chipset maybe. I don't know. Blink 5 times. Here, I'm going to plug it in. We're going to just put the light there so we can look at the blinking. Where's the light at? Is it on the daughter board? I got to put the daughter board back on. I think it's right here. On this? Yeah. Why did we have to choose one that was so hard to start with? We need something to be easier. Measure the power rail, is it spiking? Okay. Which power rail you want me to measure it spiking? No measure power rail is it's spiking. I'm not seeing any spiking. 31. All right, here we go. I'm putting the lights right here, right there. Okay, plugging it in. Y'all can just look at that stuff and watch it all at the same time. The power light comes on. It's fading on and off like it's going to charge the battery. It's almost what that looks like, or it's going through sleep mode. Now the second time it pulses on, and this is when it's like reading all the BIOS stuff. And then now it's the BIOS is just going like this. The light turns on with the power spike, initial power spike, right? And then now it's off. Initial power spike turns on, turns off. I don't have memory in this. I don't have battery plugged in. Perfect using 8 gig DDR5 for testing. I can just grab one of my own DDR5s right here. So I have a known good right here. Let's plug that in. And I'll plug the test battery in too. Test battery right. There's a test battery. Test battery's right here. We'll get all this stuff set up. Now I would expect it to go to a memory error if it's not detecting the memory. But maybe it's not that smart. Okay, battery's plugged in, known good RAM's in there. Next time I'll start a 30-year-old laptop. Yeah, I think it's almost time to do another antique laptop. I have more in my display case over there, so. Let's see. G-series 7630 has 2 LED diagnostic codes, white and orange, but that's going to be blinking on this one LED right here, so it'll blink back and forth. Now, I don't know, we didn't leave it on long enough. Maybe if we leave it on long enough, it will go into an error code, so I'm just going to leave it on here for a little bit. And we can chat, I guess, while it's doing that. RAN slots, clean MLM. We could clean it off the CPU, maybe, the liquid metal. On the G16, specifically the 7620 and 7630, a diagnostic light with one long and two short indicates a system or motherboard failure. It's going to be usually a 2-1 if it's a CPU failure, and then a 1-2. Did it blink differently that time? Let's just let it go through a few of these, and it will give us a different error code each time, so we'll see. I know that you guys are giving me some chat GPT answers, I can tell. You're like asking it. Surely you don't need RAM for the battery to charge. Yeah, the battery should charge, but on the initial startup, a lot of times it won't start charging, but that's why I'm confused. Maybe it is an EC issue. And so maybe we will have to edit the EC region, and I guess that's the next thing we can do. YouTube went down yesterday, not today. Yeah, it did go down, I saw that. But I was able to get to, Salem Tech Experts had a live stream yesterday, so I was on that for a little bit. And it was while the YouTube was down, and so it was kind of a pain to get to it, but I was able to get to it. 3-1, I don't know if it's blinking 3-1. It's pulsing, staying on. Is it doing exactly the same thing every time? I don't think anything's changing. I wish I could repair tech. I wish I could repair this motherboard. So we're in it together. So it's doing the same thing over and over again. Okay. So 3 pulses. The pulses are almost like it's in sleep mode, like it's trying to come out of it. It shuts off. It sure is nice having that graph there, though. It's broke. That thing broke. Okay, so what I want to do next is, let me see if I have a 7630 in stock, because that would be a lot easier. If I had a 7630 in stock, oh no, I have that. No, I want a good known BIOS. So let me see if I have one of those motherboards in stock, and if I do, then I can go grab it, then we can steal the BIOS off of it. Let's see. We can rip it. Rip that BIOS, man. Let me see, I'm looking it up. Give me a second here. Come on. Something's happening. Tour? Maybe. I think I fixed my streaming issue last time I was trying to take the phone out of the warehouse. Okay, what am I looking for? G-series. And 7630. And motherboards. Look at all those boards. Look at all them boards. So some are out of stock, but we have. Here's a 3050. Oh, they come in a 30 series and 40 series. A 4050, 4060. So you said this is a 4060, huh? So this is the board we need to get, and I do have one. Looks the same to me, right? Small little chip right there. All right, so the F072Y. So what I'll do is I'll go out there, grab that. I can take y'all out there if I can get that working real quick. Let's see if I can do that. I'm going to take this phone instead because this one actually is already connected to the computer. Let's see if we can get this working. And then you're going to have to help me remember, actually, although you can't tell me. F072Y. 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 Let's see if phone works. Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Thermal? Thermal? Let's see if I can do this. Duplicate. Perfect. All right. Reset, transform. See if I'm going to try to get this lined up for you guys so you can see. Here, let me set this down. All right, I think it looks pretty good. You see? Y'all can see that, right? It's kind of a wide view, though. Scaling's all off on this thing. I keep messing with this, sorry. I don't know if the aspect ratio is right. It's like all stretched or smushed. Okay, that's gonna have to do. All right, so you can see our station here. We can go wide angle. There we go, there's wide angle. All right, so you can see my setup here. It's kind of messy. Right now it's really messy in here. Let me look up what the location is on our website, because it's gonna tell me what shelf to go to. But F072Y, F072Y, you're gonna be able to tell me that. Okay, here we go. It's dark. What are you trying to do? I'm gonna go out to the warehouse to get a motherboard. F072Y, F072Y. Let me move my microphone so y'all can hear me. There we go. All right, here we go. So I'm going to turn on the warehouse lights. F072Y, F072Y. So here's my store as a repair area. Everything's turned off right now, but there's where the store is. There's all my antique laptops and all that stuff. Warehouse is pitch black right now. Oh my gosh, I can't see where I'm going. All right, I can't see anything, people. The warehouse is completely dark, and the lights are all the way across the room here. All right. All right, almost there. Okay, the lights have to warm up in a second. All right, so this is all the stuff coming in. All this stuff coming in. These are all my workers are in the middle. They're testing all the parts. The lights are gonna turn back off because they gotta warm back up. All the people are in the middle here testing all the stuff that comes in. And then this whole other side is all my stock. So 700,000 parts are back here. It's gonna come on in a second. This row right here is all motherboards, all the way down as far as you can see. So we're going to F072Y. The lights will come on in a second. You gotta give it time here. And hopefully the microphone does not cut out because I'm getting far away from it, the receiver. Come on, lights, turn back on. They're warming up. There we go. All right, F072Y, so we're looking for Fs. Fs. Yeah, they're down here. Usually it tells me what location we're at. So motherboards, okay, it's F072Y. F. Okay. I didn't look at what location it was, so sometimes it makes it a little bit harder here. Oh, there we go. F072Y. Reach in there. Oh, it's not there. It's not there. You're killing me. What was another part number? Great. You know what that means? It means that someone bought it today, or it's on the out shelf or something already. All right, let me go look up another part number. That's funny. I think we only had one. We'll have to do with 3050, I guess. What we got? What are you guys saying? F072Y. What's another part number? Let's see. That's annoying. Someone already bought it. Okay, let's see. It said only one left. All right. I really wanted that 4060 one though. I guess we'll have to do the 4050 one, but that one may not be. It's going to have the same EC region though. All right, so we're going to do the 8WTH8D, I guess. We still have this thing on. I just realized. Let me unplug this. So we'll do 8WTHD. 8WTHD. All right, here we go. 8WTHD. 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 Hopefully y'all could hear me when I went back there. All right, lights are still on. 8WTHD. All right, remember, these are all motherboards. Isn't that crazy? 8WTHD. These are all batteries right here. Those are all back covers, bezels, trim stuff. I mean, AWTHD. Walk past it. Oh, 8W. Mm. 8V. W should be next, right? Or am I saying it backwards? Am I saying it backwards? 8W. HWTHD. There we go. Got it. Okay. We got it. Yay! We have something. And hopefully you could hear me and see me throughout that whole process. We've got some arcade games here. Y'all are welcome to stop by anytime you want. I'm here most days. Okay. So, we're back. I'm back. What did I miss? I found another board. Let me put this back up here so I don't forget. This is our thermal camera here. Going thermal. Okay. Did y'all hear me pretty good the whole time, or did it cut out? Visiting the 9th dimension. It's really annoying that that one board wasn't there. All right, I don't want to tear this sticker. Clean audio, good. All right, that worked fine. I put my receiver on the desk, so that makes it a little bit better. 5 out of 5. 5 times 5. So I'm just going to heat this label up so I don't rip it when I take it off of there. Audio was great, and that's awesome. All right. Mini pots. Lots of pots. We are the pots people. All right. Yeah. Look, so example. So, oh, darn it. So here's the customer's board. They have the little daughter board on here. Here's our board. Look, this is the sticker I was saying. I was like, there has to be a sticker here. And so it's missing this sticker. Why is it missing the sticker? I don't know. I mean, somebody opened it up, but so we're going to have to peel this up in order to get to our BIOS chip, in order to copy it. Now, one thing I do like to look at, though, I like to see little dimples. So you can see that there's like actually a pressure point here. So maybe when these are installed, they have a little pressure point there. So we have to kind of be observant of chips having issues or rubbing on boards. Do I sell pots? I sell pots. Yeah, I'm the pots people. Looking for an extra cap? Fresh out. Maybe we should check that same area and see if we have another cap giving birth to another cap. All right, so here's our BIOS. Fresh, brand new BIOS. Brand new. Now, there's a chance that we'll put this BIOS on there and the board will turn on, but then maybe the GPU won't show up. I don't care. At this point, we'll fix that part later if we can just kind of figure out what's going on. You know, we just need to at least rule out different issues, because right now I have no idea. Check the error code before you messing with it. So I should turn it on first, see if it does anything. Is that what you're saying? We should see, you know what we should see is what it does on the meter, because we got the badass meter right there. You guys are genius. New board good? Well, the new board, yeah. I think that's funny how you're like, new board good? Is it good? Yes. Every part that we sell, no matter what it is, gets tested by us. Even if Dell says it's brand new or whatever, we test it ourselves and then we package it up. So every single part's packaged. It's been tested by us. All right, here we go. I'm about to plug it in. Oh, reset the meter. Let's reset that. Reset max. Here we go. Spike. Oh, it just stays on. And so it still I just unplugged it, but it had that little flat spike and then went up, and then ours would turn right back down. So right then, okay, so let's do the thermal camera again. Let's see what it looks like in there. It's kind of nice to be able to compare it, right? All right. On, we have that spike, CPU staying on, chipset on, and then 70 degrees, 80 degrees, and I just turned it off. Oh. So, what do you think? I think that other board's no good. What do you think? New meter gizmo name, Spike. Ooh, Spike. Oh, Spike. I like him. Spike is my new buddy. Spike. All right, let me just rip this BIOS, and I don't know. I kind of think we have a bad chipset or CPU or something weird like that on the other board, but we're just going to rip this and then we'll put it on there. Let's see what it does. I always hate when it's almost like a cop-out whenever we say that, but sometimes you can only do what you can do. What is this? Can you read that? 25B 256L? E, right? E. Can't tell. So B256E. Trying to pull this up. All right, B256E, Edward. B256E. Read. All right, so we're just going to extract this, save it, and then we'll flash the other board. Spike, the monkey from Ace Ventura when nature calls. Ouch. That beeped right into my ear. Replace the motherboard, move on. Wasn't the other BIOS a WinBond? Yeah, because they go back and forth. So they have the Megas and the WinBonds. They're interchangeable. I'll see the same board, same part number, same everything that has or different chips or whatever, even though it's the same board. All right, so this one, because I know it's a known good board, I'm just going to say it's a, let's see what I'm going to do, G16 7630. Now I'm going to put down the GPU on here just so I have it. Or it's a 50, right? 50. And then we're going to say, I'm going to call it a RIP. Let's say working board, something like that. The more notes, the better. Just for you, whenever you're looking back at it later, you're like, what is that BIOS from? And you're like, well, you know it's from a working board. It just hasn't been like cleaned or ready to be put in there. Yeah, so this board's the 4050 version because we couldn't find the 4060 for some reason. All right, so I can put that one away. I'm done with that. Dave's not here, man. Dave will be here soon, right? All right, so we got to clean this one. He just pulled the 4050 board. All right, so how do we want to do this? We just want to clean the ME region and that's all I'm going to do. So I'm going to clean the ME region, and then, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Clean the ME region. I'm not going to put a new BIOS on it. I'm not going to do anything else. I just want to clean the ME region. I'm just trying to think of like my game plan. The EC region should be fine. The ME region is the only thing preventing us from being able to put it into another machine. So, and just so you can kind of know, I'm going to have to close all this here. Get rid of that stuff. Get rid of that. Just so you know, like whenever we're looking at something and we open the ME analyzer, like we saw before, we opened this ME analyzer and ran that. You see how it tells you what the ME version is? Then it tells you what fit tool you're going to use is right here, but it also tells you if the if it's been initialized. If this ME region has been initialized, then you can only put it in the board that it's on. You need to say configured or unconfigured right here, and then it'll be ready to go. So if we look at the one that we created, that we put onto the board earlier, that says clean ME, if we put that on here and look at that, we can see that it says right here configured. So that's why it's ready to be put on any board. So, but now we're gonna take this one and stick it into our fits tool here. Stick it in there. All right, let me save this off. And we're gonna close it, and we gotta do our edits. All right, so the main thing we need to change is that ME region. Now I'm interested to see if this ME region is any different. So we have, because we have the two versions of the CPU, or the P versus the E, I just want to look and see what those, if they're different or not. Firmware. Looks like a different size. Let's compare these. Tools, compare, files. So there's a little bit of a region difference in here. Just in this one little area. So this block right here, and then a couple little blocks in some places. All right. So, okay, let me think about this. I'm pretty sure that P is actually for 3050s, and we put a P inside the 3060 just now when we made that BIOS. I think it's supposed to be an E series, or E, because it's the extra good or whatever. I'm pretty sure that's what PG versus EG is. If we pull up the motherboards, or if I pull up like the, does it tell me on these? Sometimes it will. Doesn't tell me there, but if we look at like the palm rest and stuff, like on palm rests, no, we don't have palm rest for it. No EG, so those aren't different. Sometimes they have a different palm rest. Keyboard, back cover, no. Those aren't listed like that. All right, I think because we're gonna put this on a 4060, I think we need to put the E on there anyway. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take it and put it in there thing. I don't know if it's gonna make a difference or not. I have no idea, but we're just gonna try it. And I'm not going to replace the BIOS region because we know the BIOS is good. And then the EC region should be good too. So that's what we're going to leave. Oh, it's hard to see chat at the same time while I'm doing all this stuff. So is the board the same motherboard as CPU? It should be the same motherboard, I'm pretty sure. I mean the same CPU, I'm pretty sure. But usually that doesn't matter as much from what I've seen. It's usually just that GPU thing. All right, so we're gonna try this. Oop. Paste. All right, so we're gonna call it this one. Oh. Copy, paste, and then now I'm gonna call it 4050. Although is it a 4050 anymore? It's not a 4050. We'll call it this instead, E. I don't know. E, and then we'll say clean E. All right, let's just try that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure people are on board with me, and some people are like, you're crazy, what are you doing? Okay. Ugh. Soren equals rosin. It's rosin is Soren. They're that's pretty funny. They're anagrams. I never noticed that. We should have a shirt for him and send it over to him. Oh, I had a shirt idea, and actually at the end of this stream or whatever, I want to sit down and we're going to go over some shirt ideas, and I want to make a list so that I can make them, and then we'll kind of play around with different stuff. I can even pull up Photoshop and we can kind of design some if I was thinking, but we can do that or whatever. But I have one that somebody had put in chat at one point. Let me see if I can get this lined up, and then we'll, come on. This is the part where we can't move. I see dead people. I see dead laptops. I see dead aliens when I sleep. Come on, dude. Oh, we didn't switch chips. That's funny. What was it? 256JV Q? Q. Because it's a different board. I'm glad that thing's smart enough to know. So I had one where it was like, in Flux we trust. So I was thinking, so somebody had said that, and I was like, oh, I could almost do like a coin that has like my Save Another Laptop icon in the middle or something, or even Parts People logo, and then has like Parts People at the top, and then it has like the date that I started the company or something, and it's just like a big coin on the shirt. In Flux we trust. Actually, while this is flashing, I can pull up. I think I have. That's my power meter. We're gonna mess around with that, but I have Photoshop here. So here's one I was messing with. Goat, the greatest of all technicians. Kind of a little too self-indulging there, though. Let's see, what's this Concur one I have here? So here's a Concur one that I was working on that has like, I absolutely and all together, big time, categorically, completely, deeply, entirely, for real, for sure, fully, entire, whatever, you know, all that stuff Concur, but I haven't figured out a good layout for it. So, you got your Probe Alien shirt yesterday? Yes, Gordon's gonna be sporting I Probe Aliens. I want that goat shirt. Y'all like that goat shirt? That's the one I'm waiting for. I know, Premise, that's the one I was making, but then I kind of got stumped with like the layout because I wasn't happy with the layout. You have to end it with most likely. Probably, maybe. Okay, got that to flash. I like the goat shirt. Cool. Goat look cool. But I figured, like, because I don't use AI to design all this stuff. I'm always designing it myself, so we can mess around with one live if we wanted to. I don't know what people are into and what they're not. So we had that flashed. I see dead laptops in my sleep. Capitalize the first letter in letters, Nate. What? Let me see. Oh, capitalize the first letters and all that? Yeah. I was just like, because I actually wanted to do it where they're all kind of different sizes and they're all kind of blocked together. I think I have another version in here somewhere of all this. Can't remember. Because I still have to lay all that out. The goat one, capitalize all these first letters. Do you concur? I concur. All right, let's see if this stuff works. We're getting sidetracked. It's probably because this thing isn't working and it's really annoying me. I punched another laptop. It's so funny. It's an inside joke though. I know there's a lot of things that are inside jokes, like the Concur thing even too. I have 3 Alienwares. Punch it first. All right, so we're gonna plug this in. 3, 2, 1. Here, let me reset our current spiker. Reset. All right, it's plugged in. Maybe a picture of a goat. Oh, that might be a good idea. Yeah, this motherboard's bad, man. Exactly the same thing. Got goat. Where can I buy it? So I haven't put those shirts up, but I mean, all my shirts I have listed in the video description. There's like says, you know, buy the shirt I'm wearing. So like, there's this shirt right here. I saved another laptop. But there's tons of shirts on. I don't know, I got like 15 or 20 shirts on there. So in the video description, you can buy those, and then we can make whatever, mess around. I still blame Dave. It's Dave's fault. Oh, okay. Let's just let's bench this one. I'll have to think about this one because I don't know what the heck's going on with it unless someone else has a bright idea. Because I see every single thing is there. We could reflow the chipset or something. I don't know. Throw it like a frisbee. Every voltage is there. Earlier in the thermal or the capacitor blinking red hot in the middle of those spikes. Okay, so let's find that. Let's see it. And I see you found your Bell message, Zenon. I see you found it. I gave him Bell access today. Okay. So we got to make sure we don't have reflections versus not having reflections. I'm going to see if I can put it in an angle maybe, see if that helps. Oops, shoot. All right, see if that works. All right, here we go. Bell Northeast processor. Okay, so we have a couple reflections, but so we're going Northeast processor. So up here somewhere. When's our spike going to start again? Are we getting a different symptom? We're not getting our second spike. Can I be a unique reseller in France? Sure, I drop ship to so many companies. Yeah, I have a Canadian company that I'm the vendor to all their Dell laptop parts. And so, yeah, I mean, and there's South Africa. I ship tons of stuff to South Africa to a company down there too. Okay, so weird. So it is doing something different. Time to mention, Nathan. Yes, I agree. I'm going to plug it back in one more time though. I just want to see our current spike. There's our current spike. Professional Performance Series. Generally refers to BIOS for the P-series monitors or high-end performance workstations, Precision Optiplex. E, Essential Latitude Enterprise, generally refers to a BIOS for an E-series. No, that's not right because they're selling these machines, they call them PG and EG. And so I have to sort all my parts by it. So like a G-series would come out with an E-series, PG. We always say poor graphics versus extra good graphics or something like that because, yeah, that's an AI answer that's wrong, I think. Pretty sure. So do PG versus EG. Ask for that. Yeah, so it doesn't like this BIOS. Windows BIOS update badly designed as written BIOS updates. You can turn off BIOS updates inside BIOS updates inside the BIOS. Turn off capsule updates. That's what you need to turn off. You saw it in the Northeast cap. So here's Northeast corner, right? North, East, CPU, and but I have to plug it in every single time. Stupid. All right, so right now there's nothing. These are all, that's not even plugged in, but that looks like there's something there. It's like a reflection, right? Plug it in. Oh. Ah. Ah. Yeah. I see that too. It's that first little dribble. Dribble. So you see that little dribble on the chart? You ready? Dribble, and you're seeing it right there. One more time. Dribble. All right, let me plug in our other board. Let's make sure the other board doesn't do a dribble. I want a dribble. All right, here we go. Good board. We'll look up here for dribble. No, oh, there's a dribble still. Dribble. So to me, that's probably normal. So that's like the inrush, where it's energizing all those power rails or whatever, probably. And we can look at what that is in that area. But you see how that having a board helps you with that? But we can look over there anyway. Now I know what you're talking about. All right, so it's over here. So we have Polyfuse. Do you think it's that polyfuse that's doing it in rush? The old poly shore. Okay, I'm measuring the polyfuse. There we go. So it's a 20-volt spike on the poly. Frisbee at charging cap. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna bench it. We have to move on. We got other fish to fry. It's been 2 hours. We haven't done anything. 2.5 hours. I think it's time to do something for fun. I feel like I haven't fixed anything in forever. I feel like everything I touch is just a bad CPU or something. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I didn't have time to put out a video. I usually put a video out on Tuesday or Wednesday, and I didn't have time to do that this week. I'll see if I can get one out tomorrow. Saturday, you always get your video. You'll get your video on Saturday no matter what, but I like to put another midweek video in out. Okay, the next one was what? Was what? 17 R5. Is that this one? 17 R5, okay. So here's the note on this one. Well, let me clean off my counter. Finally, another laptop. So boring. Your streams are so boring, Nathan. It's like you haven't done anything. Well, it's funny because we did do something. I taught you how to rewrite a BIOS multiple times. Taught you how to do something that was really difficult that not a lot of people can do. Screws. Put our screws away. Grab another bowl. Boom. I got stacks of these bowls now because Daryl's the man. And so, does everyone know about the autographed toothbrushes you can order? I've been getting so many orders on my website for people, from people who are requesting that I include an autographed toothbrush. So I have these all set up. And you get stickers. I give you two Parts People stickers, these style, and then I also give a Parts People screwdriver. So what if you just order something on our website and just make a note, then you get an autographed toothbrush and all that stuff. That's pretty funny. Oh yeah, we have the alien keychains. We should do those too. Yeah, that's awesome. That's a good idea. The coin idea is, so in Flux We Trust as Parts People logo, and then you can shop the museum. You can also give them everything as a computer and parts and buy. Okay, here we go. We're gonna look at this right here. So here's the note on this one. Laptop does not power on. Local service center believed that it was a power rail fault on the motherboard. Hey, I like that. I like that. That sounds promising. How much you want to bet it's going to be the shorted memory power supply because the heatsink is rubbing against something? I don't know. Are those used? What are we talking about used? The toothbrushes? Oh, no. Daryl on our chat sent me like 200 of them. So I use toothbrushes every day, but I could give you used ones. I do have used ones here. Does someone want one? This one's pretty dirty. We can send this one in. I'll sign this one, and then we'll send it over. Write her over. Oh my gosh. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an M17 R5 Alienware, and this one was sent to a local repair shop to try to figure out why this laptop wasn't powering on. They believe there's some sort of power rail failure, but I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Okay, well, this is my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl. All right, so first thing I want to do is see if it turns on. Press the power button. Nothing's happening here. Let's keep an eye on the power meter and see if it turns on. All right. We have a negative current spike and then 0. Okay, so I do see a flaw in my power meter. Look at the voltage on the power meter there. So I'm going to figure this out, how to rewrite the code on this, but oh, look, my little alien. So there's my power meter actually turned off. But you can see that I'm at like 0.4 volts, and it went to a negative number. So I'm going to rewrite the code on that. So I'm going to say, like, if it's under whatever certain voltage, under 15 volts or something like that, then I'll probably have it, the whole screen probably light up and say, short it out or something like that, or have some sort of alert that happens. What do you think? What laptop we're working on? It's on the bottom of the screen there. It's an M17 R5 that doesn't power on. So, gist of it is, we just plug this in. It shorted out our AC adapter. So our charger is shorted out. And the only way to fix a shorted out charger when the meter shuts off like this is to unplug it, plug it back in. I actually put a switch right here so I can just reset it automatically. Now I probably wouldn't have plugged it in if I would have known that we had a short on the power rail. But you could see that we actually protected it pretty well. It was only 2.36 amps that went in before it shut off. What do you think of that? That's pretty good. Short detected, short detected. So we at least saw that we had the max current of only 2.36 amps, and I'm pretty happy with that. So as a inrush short detection, I think it's pretty safe. You're still waiting on the M18. M18 will be next. We will get to it. So let's go ahead and open the bottom and take a look inside. I like that there's a lot of Dell laptops having issues. Well, it's every laptop in the world has issues, by the way. It's not just Dell's, but I only work on Dell's, and so I get a lot of them. I get a lot of them. Well, I say you'll never bother to watch anybody else's live stream until this. So, wait. Did you not watch? Is this your first stream here? Whose first stream is this? Hey there, Creatable. Anybody got a first stream? Say hi if you got a first stream here. I do this twice a week, by the way. Reset the power meter. So we should be able to turn it on now. There we go. We're back up and running. We got a couple highs coming in. So welcome, welcome. I do this twice a week. So we do Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central and Sunday morning at 9 a.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First stream too. Wow, pretty good amount. Well, welcome. Cross your breakers. Don't cross the streams. Okay, what's this? It's a rubber gasket in this hole here. Interesting. USB-C. Me? You got more of them? Hello, second one. All right, Daniel's on the second one. That's good. You're addicted. All right, actually, I don't need to take all this apart. So let's go ahead and just measure here at the main power input jack. Oh, the 2.36 was from the last laptop. So we need to remember to reset that. But still, good sign. It didn't go much higher than that, obviously. All right, so here's where the DC jack plugs in. Now, most people would say, hey, it shorted out the AC adapter. I bet that it's the jack, or I bet that there's a short right here. Now, the whole purpose of these first MOSFETs here are to protect the motherboard, okay? And so I'm going to put the meter in continuity mode. And so we have the voltage coming out of here, goes through these inductors. This is going to be the positive part. This is going to be the ground. That's the current sense, or the PSID that detects what type of charger it is. Remember all, you don't get to see all the laptops that we work perfectly. That's right, because sometimes they're unfixable. They are not fixable. But anyway, the voltage is going to come through here, come through these inductors. Then these are going to go through these MOSFETs. MOSFETs are more or less just switches, okay? So we have 4 legs going in, 3 legs coming out. We have an on-off switch right here, okay? So when we have a signal, either signal high or signal low, this one's going to be a signal high, I believe, for it to turn on. These are both need to turn on. It will let the current flow through here. So do we have a short here? We don't. Do we have a short here? No. Do we have a short on the other side of this next set? because these are working in a pair, these are working in a pair. It's going to come through here. Do we have a short here? No. Oh, let me get a good ground here, make sure. Okay, we do. Do we have a short back here? I didn't have a good ground. So we do have a short here. We have a 6 ohm short. If you look at what our measuring is, 6 ohms, which is probably something that we know what it is. Anybody? Anybody know what it is? We're at 1,100 viewers and only 475 likes. So while I'm doing this, if you don't mind, just kind of minimize your screen real quick and just hit the like button on the stream just to boost it up a little bit more. All right, so we do have a short here on the main power rail. We have a short here also. And if we measure what the current or the resistance is, 6 ohms, 6.2, 5.9. It's probably, okay, we got GPU coming up here. Now, high side MOSFET on the GPU. I got 1, 2, 3 GPUs. We got MOSFETs. Anybody else? You're kind of jealous of Nathan's steady hand. I'm propping my hand up here. If I hold my hands up and do it, they are moving around, but if I set my hands on the desk and do it, GPU is pretty sure, GPU is pretty sure. Okay, I'm gonna tell you it's least likely the GPU. Why is that? Because the GPU would be closer to 0.3 or less than an ohm. So if we're measuring a short on the GPU power rail, or one of the MOSFETs going from the main power rail to the GPU, it would be less than 1 ohm. So usually around 0.3 or 0.4. CPU is more likely. CPU is going to be between usually 2 ohms to 4 ohms, 5 ohms, depending upon what CPU it is. Now, it still could be something else. It could be something on a lower power rail, like a 3.3 power rail or something like that, but I don't know. But I'm probably, or it's the Wi-Fi card, or the chipset. But that's where we're at right now. But I just realized that the battery is plugged in, and you cannot measure the stuff with the battery plugged in. So it could be that we don't have a short at all, and I just wasted all of our times. So I'm going to unplug the battery. Never do this with a battery plugged in, or else you'll get fake measurements. We'll try it again. So forget that. We'll measure again. 5.8 still there. So there was a short on the board. It was shutting off the battery. I bet if we measure what the voltage is on the battery, it's 0. Anyway, so we measure right there. We got 0.2 on the battery. Okay. All right, so I'm going to have to pull the board out because we know it's going to be something in here. We can look around real quick if we want. We can look at the RAM power supply, DDR5 power supply. Definitely it could be the CPU, low voltage power rail. That's what I'm thinking. It might be a lower rail. So I say this in every stream and every video for the most part, but you got to think about a laptop. You got the main power rail that comes in, especially these gaming laptops. Gaming laptops are going to have the main power rail that comes in 20 volts, okay? And then that's going to be taking, and they're going to take that, they'll produce the 12.6 for the battery, to charge the battery. They'll produce a 5 volt, a 3.3, a 1.8, a 1. Well, this one has, if it has DDR4, it'd be 1.2. It will be at 1.05, and then it will have like a CPU and GPU voltage, things like that. Now, if it was like an XPS or a Latitude or a lower end board, it will actually take that 20 volts and then produce a 12.6 to run the board. So the laptop actually runs on battery voltage, and then that would also charge the battery. But this machine runs on 20 volts. So it's going to use the same voltage. So you see a blown cap near NR or 1R0. That'd be funny if there's just a blown cap right here. Let's see what we got. And what'd you say? What'd you call it? 1R0. 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 So you're talking about the little dot right there? That's dirty. But that's not 1R0. Where's 1R0? So we got R005. This is 1R0 right here. Blown cap over here somewhere. PDW2. Awesome stuff to watch. Thank you. I don't see anything suspicious. I mean, that one cap kind of has like a little dot on there, but that's dirty. I'm gonna just wipe it off. Anything else, people? Hopefully it didn't blow up the RAM because it's super costly right now. Yeah. If you're not subbed to Twitch, please hit the sub button. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. If you're on Twitch, make it so. Make it rain. I'm not doing this for free. Actually, I spend a lot of time doing these streams. I'm spending right now 8 hours streaming, plus the time that it takes for prep work on either side. So probably 12 hours at least a week of just doing streaming, plus all the videos I've been filming and putting out, not to mention the editing. It's a lot of work. All this stuff's a lot of work. What motherboard am I fixing? Right there, M17 R5, right there on the screen. You know what I think is funny? I was thinking about this the other day. So if I give away information like this, so if I teach people how to do this, am I taking away my own job? No. Am I teaching other repair shops how to do this, so then they're taking away my business? Maybe. But is that bad for my business? No. So years ago, when I started this business, and then I started doing these YouTube tutorials, I hired a guy that he's been doing my YouTube tutorials since 2011. And every part that we have, it shows you how to install it and all that stuff. Now, did that make my repair department have less business because I was teaching the customer how to do the repair themselves or how to install the part? Maybe, but it made the people more confident in buying the part to install it themselves. The reason why I'm saying this is because there's people who think that by teaching other people how to do these complicated things makes it where you are going to lose business, and so this should be a trade secret, right? This should be something like, and that's why I'm surprised that Northridge Fix even shows you how to do repairs. But I don't know because I feel like he's the type of person that would be like, wouldn't want to show you something really intricate, you know, that would teach you how to do it, because then it would take away his business. So that's kind of why I'm thinking that he doesn't do these really complicated things. So maybe he does do complicated repairs, he just doesn't show you how to do it. I don't know. As long as people have DIY people repairing their own computers, you'll have a job security. Yeah. Disconnect that wire. Which wire? I disconnected this one. Do I need to do this though, right? Yeah, 9 out of 10 appliance companies agree. Northridge Fix is all ego. Yeah. Yes, I agree. I mean, it's just an interesting way of living. That's all. It's just to feel like you can't give away information, or else you're gonna lose your job. It's teaching trade secret. I mean, it's like, yeah, a lot of these things that I found on this, nobody knew that there was an issue with, right? Or how to fix it, right? So I figured out weird little flaws, and I've put it out there and taught people how to fix it. And I'm showing people how to do it. But it's not making me less busy, it's making me more busy. It's making me more busy. So I don't know. I saved another DIY customer's laptop. My tag has repair videos for all their parts. All the parts, yep. So right now my YouTube channel has 10,000 videos. 10,000. They're all generated by us in-house. I have a little studio in the back that just for filming and all that stuff. And it shows how to install all the parts. And so we go through one model at a time, and that's why you have those boring videos sometimes that are in there, but that's just, you know, part of what I have to deal with, or what y'all have to deal with in order to watch me. But 10,000. It's crazy. No AI, not a single AI video, not a single AI anything, not a single AI intro, not a single AI music, not a single, because even the music's created in-house by my brother. As long as YouTube income is legit. Well, YouTube income is supplement. That's just a tiny little thing. So everything else is kind of revolves around trying to have brand awareness and brand security, right? So people knowing about our brand, talking about us, understanding, you know, who we are. Because, you know, I don't know how many people here own a Dell. I could say that maybe maybe only a third of you or less own a Dell. But you watch me because you're like interested in what I'm doing. And then if anybody else you see owns a Dell, you're like, hey, I know a company that owns a Dell. And then you tell them, right? So it's all referrals. So like, I don't do any advertising. I don't pay for advertising at all. So all my business is all word of mouth, or it's all from YouTube or whatever. And, you know, so there's always chatter. And so whenever you have chatter about a company, brand awareness, and then you have good reviews, people use Dell, and then you start getting links to your site, and then Google starts rewarding you because you have all those, you know, citations to your site that's saying, hey, this is a great website. So all of it kind of is a feedback loop that all kind of works together. But it all starts with like giving away stuff for free, giving away trade secrets, giving away, you know, knowledge that makes people feel comfortable that you even know what you're talking about, right? I don't know. Do you concur? Oh, I have a non-working M17 R2. Throw it across the room. So M17 R2 non-working. It happens. Only Dells I have are MacBooks. That's fine with me as long as you tell people that have a Dell that I exist. Then you can own all the MacBooks you want. All right, so this is the machine, I believe, that had that RAM issue over here, that short. Is it the same one that did that? It's also a key to success is signed toothbrushes. That's right. You order a part, you get a signed toothbrush. But if you've ever ordered anything from my website either, also, I put a signed letter thanking you for purchasing stuff from me in the box. I've done that for 15 years or more. Like, it's all about that, like, whole, you know, it's a whole thing from start to finish. I'd much rather lose money on the transaction and have a happy customer than I would, you know, screwing somebody over. All right, so I'm going straight over here because we've seen this have an issue before. Now, who was on that stream where, let me grab a pointer device here. Who was on that stream where we saw this diode completely charred and ripped or whatever because the heatsink came over and hit it? You see this heatsink has a different revision. Isn't that crazy? So they knew about it. They knew about it and they changed it. But early versions, I guess, had a heatsink that went all the way over here and hit there. And then they didn't have this little paper film under here either. So that was an issue. So this was on the DDR5 power rail. That's what this is right here. That we've seen that have an issue. So I'm going to take out the RAM before we start messing with that stuff. That was a design flaw for sure. But this one does not have the flaw. Let's see if there's a different revision number on here. I don't know if I can see it. It's probably underneath there, but it would be on this heatsink. An R7 G20E. This says E on it. That would be the E series, I guess. Oh, look, A01 on the heatsink. So it would be A00 if it was the first version of it. Just go a week or so. They saw your vibe too. Yeah, and that's another reason, like, so when I'm talking to you right here, right? I'm looking right into your eyes, I'm connecting with you. This is very important to me that, you know, you find a connection, because I'm not like this all the time and ranting and not looking at the camera. I'm looking at you like that. Except when I'm reading, because it's hard to read. It's hard to read something. Dell watches these videos to know what you fix. No, Dell doesn't know, I hope not, actually. I don't want it to be on Dell's radar at all. The last thing I need to deal with that. Dell's legal is crazy. Okay, I'm going to check here because we do have a common issue on this area. This is the DDR5 power rail. That's fine. Let's check these other. This is our 3 volt and our 5 volt and our something else, 1.8 maybe. 3 volt, 5 volt, 1.8. So those are fine. Yep. Check there. That's fine. We have to find a short in order. Oh, we already have the short, but we have to find a 6 ohm short somewhere, and it's probably going to be on the CPU. So I'm going to pull the heatsink off now. AI just sucks all around, except when it doesn't suck. You know, AI is really useful for like things. I remember when ChatGPT first came out, you know what I was having fun doing was converting like my text messages or like very small little snippets of statements into like Shakespearean speak, and then sending it to my wife and then laughing my head off. I was like, thereath thou be hometh whenever, whatever, I don't know Shakespearean very well. I streamed Destiny's content for a bit and then stopped enjoying the game though. So it became a job for you then, because you were just like having to actually strain to focus. If you're on YouTube, it has all the gear. So true, I own a computer store and I often help people out and don't charge them, especially when it's simple. Started pivoting the business more towards soldering and repairs and then customer PCs. I can tell you right now, if you walk into our store, we'll plug in your laptop immediately. A lot of times we'll pop the bottom off. We'll do just some counter stuff real quick, and then a lot of times if we can fix it without having to do anything, we'll let you leave and then you don't pay us a single dime. And people are always like begging for us to pay, but the thing is that I just say, look, you'll pay us back later. You know, you'll refer us or you'll come back, and you know, it's never done me wrong having to spend that little bit of time putting a little bit of effort into something, you know what I mean? Now, it's the person that comes in over and over again and expects things free. That's whenever I start getting irritated. But about to consider the microscope. Then I saw it was $1,200. I put it in there. The microscope I'm using, it's a trinocular. You don't have to get a trinocular microscope. The one that I have has the extra spot for the camera. So if you're just using it without the camera, I started with a $200 one. That's an amp scope. Maybe I should link that in there, or you can get one of those like just ocular or just a camera microscope. I'm not really sure what the costs are on those, but what's going on here? All right, and the heat sink is off. Okay, looking good, looking good. AI is crap. Oh, I'm out of coffee. I went to a repair shop before, and they tried to charge me $30 for iTunes Restore. I can tell you right now that there was a customer who said he went to another store before he came, and it was like, or came to my shop, and it was like $80 to do one little thing on the counter or whatever. I mean, I was like, dude, what are you doing? I mean, I get it. Time is time, and you win some, you lose some. That's if you learn anything about business, just take this. You win some, you lose some. Overall, you should win, but you don't try to win on everything. You will lose by trying to win on everything. I've been in business 24 years. This is my 24th year. In like a month and a half, it'll be 24 years. I'm telling you, that is the biggest trick to it all. Even like shipping, you give free shipping on a bunch of stuff. I give free shipping, so you lose on all those, and then some of them you'll win a little bit if it's like the thing calculates wrong or whatever, you know, or you'll some things are loss leaders. That's what tons of stores will put, like, you know, alcohol. You'll have like things that cost, or big screen TVs or whatever it is. You know, you have loss leaders just to get people in the store. So the whole idea is to win some and lose some. So you lose more, win some and lose more. Okay, we're gonna just check the CPU now. So here's our CPU power stages, here are the GPU power stages. So the idea is when we are trying to identify a short, we measured our main power rail. It says it has a 6 ohm short to ground, okay? So what we wanna identify is what is shorted to ground. Is it something on the main power rail, or is it something tied to the main power rail? So here's our CPU and our GPU. I'm gonna measure our GPU coils first. That one's at 0.25, so it can't be the GPU. GPU always measures right around 0.3-ish, and so that one's fine, okay? But that's not the main power rail, that's actually powering the GPU. Now here's our CPU, let's measure what that is. And that one is 5.1 ohms, so keep that in mind. And now let's go back to our main power rail and measure what that was. 5.2, close enough. Close enough. So there you go. All right, so that's how we figure that out. If you're trying to identify what is shorted to what, I didn't inject any voltage yet. I can already tell you it's shorted through the CPU. right? So we have a bunch of power stages. So all of these are working together as a team because they're very friendly. And so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power stages. I believe, let's see, these are all connected together, and this one is not. So this one I think is on its lonesome, and these are all connected together, I believe. Or is it this one? Let's see. So that's 16 ohms. Actually, this one's on its own, and these are all together. Yep. Yep. All right, so there is 5. This one's on its own. These are all tied together. So this is going here. These are all coming together, and then they kind of go together as one and then go through the CPU. Now, one of these are shorted out. We don't know which one. We can do the old keep injecting voltage until the CPU gets so hot and we start burning out the CPU. But if we inject onto the main power rail, we will short through whatever one is shorted, through the coil that's connected here, and then through the CPU back to ground. This will start getting hot. I don't live like that. Homie, don't play that in living color. So homie, don't play that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bypass the CPU. I'm going to automatically come off of one of these with our ground pad. So let me get our injection tool set up. We're going to do the bypass method. This is something that I came up with, or maybe somebody else did it before, but I feel like I came up with it. I don't know, whatever. We're going to call it the bypass method because that's what I'm calling it. And I'm giving away a trade secret, man. You better pay me now. Like the video for this trade secret, please. All right, so there you go. Or follow if you're on Twitch. Or sub. All right, so because we're going to be shorting through something that's almost a wire, I'm going to put it almost down to 0, okay? That's almost like I'm hooking these two things together like this, right? Because one of these is almost shorted like a wire. So you got to think about it as just having like a straight wire straight through here. So we're going to inject, where are we going to inject at? That's ground, I believe. Okay, we're going to inject right here on this, or here, it doesn't really matter. This whole little rail right here is all tied together. So we can inject right there, here, it doesn't matter. And then whichever one is shorted out, it's going to light up. Capiche? So bypass means I'm going to take, instead of hooking this to ground, I'm actually going to hook it to the output of one of these coils here. And then the input, I'm going to inject right onto one of these, like that. And so we do have a short, but by doing what I'm doing, I'm preventing it from going through here, through the CPU to ground. I'm just going to have it come straight through that, okay? Safety first, children. Safety first. All right, go thermal. Going thermal. All right, here we go. Oh, know how long it's been. You already know how long it's been. You're doing this work. The first time the bypass method. And I explain all this stuff every single time because people are so new to this. But here we go. Bypass method. So I can actually see right there. I can see it heating up a little bit. Here, I'm going to crank this because I'm crazy. They call me Crazy Nate. Cranking it up. All right, so you see it right there? Now, if I injected onto the ground, then it would end up being somewhere else. It would go straight to the CPU. So I'm going to mark that. So it's that one right there. I marked it. This one is the no bueno one. No bueno. Okay. Is that the one y'all voted on? All right. This one's fixed. Next. Have we already been at 3 hours? We're at 3 hours already, guys. All right, let me take this guy off of here. So all we need to do is replace that and then hope that the CPU did not burn out. But based on what I saw, the CPU is not going to burn out because we did not see a huge current spike there. Because I love our new power meter, don't we? So we're going to take that off, and this is going to be an 8694. 8694. So I have more of those. We'll put a new one of those on. And then Bob will be your uncle. Lucky. Lucky, lucky. Here, but 3080 shorted. Oh. Well, I don't work on GPUs like that. That's a Northwest repair situation. All right, so we're going to heat this up slowly. Bellissimo. Nate's Electro Shack. Come on down to Crazy Nate's Electro Shack, where we remove MOSFETs in my sleep. And we use Spike to measure it. I do like Spike. Spike is cute. Spike, the power meter. That was a P4? What? This laptop I wanted to see you fix. This is the laptop you wanted to see me fix? Well, good. I'm fixing it. It would be better if I made this hotter. I only had it at 300. We're going to 450. Did you just put the power meter code on GitHub? I have it on GitHub, but I don't have it public right now. So let me clean it up a little bit and get it ready to go. Because I'm still tweaking it, but I will put it up there. And y'all can clone it when you're ready. There we go. Look at that guy. He's so pretty. Such a pretty little dude. But I'm going to measure the power rail now. And the short is gone. The short is gone. Where's the flux? Well, I don't need flux. I didn't need flux to take it off. I'll use flux to put it back on, though. And brand new MOSFET. Nothing but the best. Brand new 8694s right here. Step right up and get your 8694. The CPU dead before you got to it, I guess. Maybe. But the current spike, we saw the current spike. It looked fine to me. And the short is gone. Solder, prep the pads. Yeah, so I'm not going to mess with the solder that's on the board because you're coming down to Crazy Nate's workshop. But I'm going to put I'm going to tin the pads on this chip. Crazy Nate's workshop. What am I saying? Crazy Nate is delirious Nate. I can't believe. It's incredible. I can't believe. All right, so we need to prepare this chip to be installed. This brand new chip. So we will put some flux on there. Nice. What kind of flux are we working with, Eddie? Nothing but the best. We are working with the Black Horse Omega 559-46RA. Link in the video description. No affiliation, but that's Black Horse Repairs. Smells really good. Smells like pine. Smells like camping. If you ever like camping, that's what it smells like. Smells like you're in a pine forest. Honestly, I love Crazy Nate's pulls. BS, he's too funny. I know, I get a little nutty. I figure you guys appreciate the little nut, little Crazy Nate action. All right, so we're just going to tin all these pads, just get a little bit of happy solder on here. There we go. All right. There you go. There's the link to the Omega 559 Black Horse. It's like $11, people. So buy 2 of them. It's so cheap. It's homemade. It's organic. It has every buzzword. It's gluten-free, I think. I think it's gluten-free, non-GMO. We have it the right direction. Okay. So I'm going to preheat the pads first. I'm going to wait for the solder to kind of melt, and then we'll stick the chip down. You hear it smells like pine. It does. It smells so good. I don't know. I might wear it as a scent. Mad Nate's gotta love it. Okay, tack it in place. Add a little bit more flux. There. A little bit more flux, actually. Organic? That's what he says. He says it's organic. Smells like the outdoors, man. The wife likes the outdoors. No. Okay, that's good. We're good. That's it. That's it. We did it. Did the CPU survive? Do we have a poll? Put the CPU survive poll up there. We'll figure it out. So now the main question is, at this point, we did replace that shorted MOSFET, but the CPU is supposed to run at like what, 1.4 volts, 1.54, 5, whatever, and 20 volts basically went through here, but it should have detected it, shut it off, so hopefully. We only saw a current spike of less than 2 amps because, or 2.3, because that was already up on the screen. So, pull up a chart. Let's pull up the poll here so we can see what we're working with. So there's our poll, I think. There we go. All right. So get your votes in. We have a good amount of viewers, I think. 1,280 people on the tube. Twitch has 111 people. Why does it say 101 on the screen, but my Twitch feed says 111? I think we must have some lurkers that need to say hello. I'm gonna make it a lurking emote, I promise. I'll get there. Okay. Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis. Okay. Oh. 8694 MOSFETs are fast and efficient, as long as they don't blow out the CPU. So I have a whole stack of these. I probably have 7 or 8 of these boards over there because of blown CPUs from this. I know these monolithic drivers that are driving the CPU are supposed to be really good and efficient at saving it, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna put brand new paste on here. Brand new paste? We're not doing brand new paste. We're just gonna put a dab of new paste on top. We're mixing paste because we're crazy. Because we're down at Crazy Nate's workshop. It's called quick testing. We don't have time for this. So we're gonna get this under these wings. Get under your wings, there we go. Did he test it? We're about to test it right now. What are you talking about? You want me to see if the short's gone? I'll see if the short's gone. I will. It is gone. I know it is. The CPU is an AI wonderland. Oh yeah, we need to do an AI repair soon. Was it an OEM charger? I can tell you no, 100%. Oh wait, this is an OEM. I thought it wasn't. Here's the charger. It is an OEM, okay. Whew, we're safe. We're safe. Although if it was a fake one, it probably didn't have enough current anyway to do anything. I need a hope so choice. Well, that's the yes. The yes is I hope so. Ain't nobody got time for that. Lurking is not allowed. You must 100% participate. You can lurk. Okay, 81%, 62%. We got a little bit more optimism on the tube. Twitchy Twitch, 40% of the Twitchy Twitchers say I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna put some RAM in there. We're gonna go all out on this. We're gonna act like it's gonna work. By golly, RAM's going in. You want me to test the main power rail? I know people are scared. They're scared. They're scared that it's not gonna work. Okay. Hello from northern Vancouver. Is it cold up there in Vancouver right now? I want to know what temperature you have. Probably below 0 at this point, right? Well, I guess 0 C. Does Dell produce any projectors? Yes, Dell has projectors, but they're probably made by somebody else and they just put the Dell name on it. Years of bots. Years bots. 20 votes out of 111? Question mark? So, yeah, Twitch, do you know that there's 121 people there? The poll is right there at the top, right there. Look, right there. on Twitch. Can you see it? But that's at the top of the chat, so I guess maybe it's more like over there. And this is your time to participate. It's real time. It's in real time. Because this takes a little bit of time. Okay, we got that on there, got that on there, got that on there, got that on there. Okay, let me put a screw in here so it doesn't fall out. We're gonna measure the main power rail because you guys don't trust me. The AMD has the strength to survive. 1411. How did we get up to 1400? Oh, I guess with them combined. Pretty good. Hey, our Twitch viewers dropped down to 81 all of a sudden. We were at 120, weren't we? Why do we keep getting Twitch viewers dropping off? Is it because we asked them to vote and they got, like... Is it asking too much to vote? Is that what it is? So main power rail, just to test that real quick before more Twitch viewers leave. Seems like they'd be on the edge of their seat. Main power rail is not shorted. Aren't you on the edge of your seat right now? You have no idea if it's going to work or not. No idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. So, we will know in a second. So battery plugged in. Zzz. No short on the main power rail. We'll put our spike, we'll put Spike's meter up there. The old spiky. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Plugged in. 0.05, 0.28. And then we should get, that's a pre-charge current. That's pre-charge current. So it should sit there for a second, and we should go up to about 2.5 amps, 3 amps. Probably, I would say there's 20 watts, 1 amp. Is it going to go higher than that? I think we're charging the battery right now. That's good. That's one step. But why is it only charging at 20 watts? That doesn't seem like enough. That ain't enough. Oh, Spike. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to open the lid. It should turn on when I open the lid. Look at that. I hear the fans. I see the keyboard lighting up. I got an alien head. We have current. I love Spike. Spike's cool. Spike's cool. Now we're only pulling 1 amp right now. We're going to go through a CMOS reset, so that will take a little bit of time. Greetings from Argentina. Welcome. I haven't saved another laptop until I get an Alienware screen. That's what we're waiting for. Suspenseful music here. No error codes yet. I hear the fan spinning up over and over again, so it is going through kind of a boot process, and you can see that little M there. Spike's telling us a story. Yeah, maybe we should do a log file for this stuff. So they can output it and be like, this is the startup process for an M17 R5. This is the startup process for whatever. And then I can record all those, and then people can compare what a startup process looks like after a CMOS reset. What do you think about that? And then we can have it where you can submit it, so other people can use this and then submit their log on what the startup spike looks like. Sounds kind of cool to me. So you could be like, oh, what is this supposed to do? It will help you diagnose a startup process. We're almost there. We're almost there. I think it's about to happen. These take a little bit of time. So we are. I saved another laptop. Yes, we did it. I only have 1 stick of RAM in there, but I'm gonna boot into diagnostics while we're at it. Boom, nailed it. Okay, we actually did it. We fixed one. Whew. Oh, we fixed one. So, nice. So what I'll have to do tomorrow, I'm not gonna do all that today, but I'm gonna go back through and pull the whole motherboard out. We'll clean off all the heatsink compound. I got to take apart the fans, clean all that stuff out, and then put everything back together, and I'll finish it up for the customer. And I usually run like CPU stress test, GPU stress test, make sure all that's good, and then Bob's your uncle. So I do like that, and it is charging. I'm going to see how many amps we have going in the charger now. Let's see if I can get us closer here. The battery is already at 87% charged, so that's why it's not charging very much current. So we only have 800 milliamps going into the battery, and so that's good. And look, the CPU is only at 63C at the max, so it's at 43 right now. So even with my little blob of heatsink compound on there, aliens can be tough, little green buggers. All right, but that all looks good. So we are good with that. So now the main question is, what do you guys want to do now? Do you want me to do that last Alienware? Or do you want me to, or do y'all want to mess around with making some t-shirts or something? Or do y'all want to do some just chatting? We can design some t-shirts. Or we can, the other thing I can do is we can design the box that this stuff goes into. So that's what I was like going to do too. So on here, so here's my box that I had designed before. Right? Oops. So I use SketchUp because I've been using it so many years, and so I can design CAD stuff very easily, very, very quickly. So here's my old box that I had. Back in the day, it was like an old little version. That was my first version, and this is my second version. And so like if I hide this, let me hide that. And so this is just a two-parter, and this is what I put on Thingiverse. And so I have like a little inlet cut here, and that's because I have the side of the screen has to have some spot, you know, for the wires to go and stuff. But anyway, the goal would be to get these two items, which is the new power meter connections for Spike, to get Spike hooked up. So we have to have a USB out, so I'll have to make a little cavity for this, and we'll have to have it where this connects to it, and then all the wires will run through that, and then we can just hook it inside the box. It may be a little bit of a process because I need to take these pins off of here, solder them together, make it kind of as condensed as possible, and then so maybe I'll deal with that later. But I just wanted to show you kind of my setup there. Version 2, so we'll go version 3, I guess. Version 3 is Spike. I like that name. Do the last laptop. Does everyone want to do the last laptop? I don't think it'll take very long. It's not charging the battery, so it's either going to be a power management chip or a PSID pin, I would think. Fusion 360, I love Fusion. You know, it's funny. I look like I'm sweating. I can see like reflections. Yeah, so whenever I try to use any of those ones where it has a 2D layer and a 3D layer, I have issues. I don't know. So like I got used to doing it that way, and I can export it, and I can knock out a SketchUp 3D model in so quick. I don't know. So I just kind of get stuck doing that. All right, we're gonna do the 18R1 because you guys want to see more wins. God, I'm hot. I'm gonna turn on the air conditioner real quick. Give me a second. It's hot in here. It was 80 degrees or something today, so. All right. How much time do we got? 30 minutes or something? Oh, we got 40 minutes. Oh, we're good. We can do it in 40 minutes. All right, so the last one. It's an M18 R1. R1? Yeah, R1. M18 R1. Okay, so one day it was charging, then it stopped charging. While I still had it plugged in, ran internal diagnostics, Dell supports. Sys says the battery was fine. I took it to a repair shop. They thought that it was a charging port, so they replaced it, and it's still not charging. They think that there's a short on the motherboard somewhere, which they are not qualified to fix, and recommend sending it to me, which is the smart thing to do. I really, really appreciate them doing that, right? So that is what we got. So, all right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have Alienware M18 R5. Now, this one was actually taken to a repair shop because the customer said that it just stopped charging one day and they couldn't figure out why it wasn't charging. The repair shop changed the DC jack out. It didn't resolve the issue. They think there's something wrong with the motherboard. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Oh, man. Okay. Well, I still got it. I still got it. I can't believe I made it through it. I'm getting tired. Know your limits and send it to the GOAT. All right, so this is actually going to be very useful to have our little spikes little meter here, because whenever we can see the spikes, we can actually see if it's charging or not. Now, this machine is going to use a 330 watt, so I actually have to change plugs here. I only have a 240 plugged into this. I have a 330 wired over here, so I'm going to unplug this real quick and plug in my 330. So now I have a 330 watt charger plugged in. Looks like the resting voltage is a little bit lower than the other one. We'll reset max. I love that. Reset max. Done. So now we are ready. Where did you get this energy from? You impressed me. I'm telling you, it's a fake. I'm tired. I've been up since 5:40 this morning. I rode 8 miles this morning, and then I took one kid to school, took another kid to school. I was at work by 8:15, and I've been here for 13 and a half hours. So I'm tired. All right, so here we go. We're going to plug it in. 3, 2, 1. Wait, hold on. Where's the hole? There it is. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Plug it in. We're going to watch 0.16 right away. That's not good. So that to me automatically tells us that we probably have a short on the PSID pin, especially if this thing's not charging. Probably a diode shorting, right? Zener, old Zeni. Aftermarket charger. I'm using my real charger. Let's see what their charger is. Their charger looks OG. Yeah, I think it's OG. So I think it's good. This laptop, does it have a 4090? Whoo, it would. That'd be pretty crazy if it does. These things are shipped with 4090, so we can check that. But anyway, so we're resting here. We should actually have this meter. So if we look at right now, it's at 0.15. So resting voltage is 0.02 on the system. And then whenever it's going to do pre-charge current to charge the battery, it should jump up to like 0.23, 0.24, and then jump up to about, I think this thing charges like at 75 watts or something crazy. So it should get like 4 amps or something. So I don't see that working. So we're going to go ahead and open this up. No hair? What are we talking about? Talking about my balding? Okay, I'm hitting the power button. I got nothing happening here. So whenever someone says it doesn't charge, does that mean that, what does that mean? Because sometimes people say it doesn't charge, meaning it doesn't turn on. So we're looking at our current graph here whenever I open and close the lid. So lid closed. Open the lid, we got a little spiky spike. So EC is listening to that. I think we have a little short on the board somewhere. Where's the hole? No hair. All right, so I don't see anything happening. Power button doesn't do anything. We do have a constant short or something that's pulling 150 milliamps, which is no bueno. I'm going to open up at the bottom and take a look inside. And we should be able to see something glowing under, if we go thermal, we should be able to see it. We do need another screw bowl, and luckily we have that. Here, we'll use this one. There we go. Yep, no power. Laptop's dead, Jim. Laptop is dead. She's dead. Hopefully it means it runs off the battery. You're right. If it runs off the battery, then I can go grab a test battery that's charged. No charge. Oh, so maybe, wait. So if they're saying it runs off the battery, battery could be disconnected right now. I want one of the screw bowls. I linked to these screw bowls inside the video description. These are what Daryl sent me. It's just like a 3-inch screw bowl. And then the stickers, I have the stickers. So if you get like the toothbrush, or if you buy something and then I send you a toothbrush, I'll send you the stickers too. And then anytime you have a repair done, I send you the stickers. So, but I don't really have the stickers for sale or any way of doing that. Or you can send me your address, I can mail you a sticker. Okay, battery's plugged in. It's not super dirty, but what I want to look at is right here, which I hate about this. What I hate about this board is everything's on the other side of the board. There's not really much I can look at on this side. But we're going to go thermal. We'll probably see something warm up, I bet, on this side of the board. But here's where it plugs in. Kind of the same MO as before, except everything's on the other side of the board. So we have, let's see, something to point with here. We have, these should be probably the positive, I think. Maybe these are the positive. I don't know. Let me plug in the charger and I can tell you which side's positive. But you're going to have half positive, half negative, just like before. So these are the 20 volts. Okay, so these right here are the 20 volts. And this end one should be the PSID pin. So we got 2.9 on the PSID. So it's not a PSID issue. Okay, PSID is the communication line between the charger and the laptop. And if it can't detect it, then it won't know how much to pull from the charger, and it won't charge the battery. But it will still power on the laptop. So the symptom we're having right now doesn't have anything to do with it not charging the laptop. It has something to do with not giving the laptop power to turn it on. So totally different symptom than what was described, but sometimes it's just a description error, right? So we do have our 18 volts coming here. We're going to go thermal because thermal's going to give us our answer right now. Oh, we can see thermal right here. So here's our 2 NVMEs, and we have something in this area right here. So let me take out the NVMEs and figure it out. If you want one of these thermal cameras, the link's in the video description. It is very useful. That is something that I could recommend, is getting a thermal camera. You'll give us your toothbrush, my own toothbrush. My own toothbrush. I hate Dell for the boards being flipped. Not all of them are like that, but it's some of them. All right, so we have 2 NVMEs in here that are populated. I didn't go around the board. So, and these are both not marked. So I'm going to get a black Sharpie. And when I pull this out, let me unplug the battery here. I'm going to pull this out. And this one's SSD. I always like to label these. That's the SSD 1, so I put 1 dot on here. And this is SSD 2. It says it right there. So I'm going to put 2 dots on here. Doesn't really matter. The laptop should figure it out. But if it is a RAID, then I like to have it in the right spot. Otherwise, it has to really think about it. So battery's unplugged. Like that. Everyone knows that anytime you're going to do something, you got to do this with the battery cable. Just flick it. Just to make sure it's good. All right, so we did see something hot over here. It's probably on the other side of the board, but we will figure that out momentarily. She's burning up, Jim. There we go. Oh, she's on fire. She's on fire. So it is kind of diffuse, but it is, ooh, it's warm. It's not hot, but it's warm, and it's on the other side of the board. Quick flick, I do concur. And I don't see anything else wrong, so the board is coming out. It's on the other side right there. This thing has like 1,000 screws, 1,000,000 screws. So we'll have fun. Stop that, you'll go blind. You'll go blind. That corner. I use a Thermalmaster P1 and it works great. You know, I've never used a P1. I got the P2, I got the P3. I'm about to do these brackets here. So another thing I want to design. So you see how I have my thermal cameras mounted down here? So I have two of them. I have actually my Flora 1 Pro, and then I have my P2 Pro right here. But I'm about to design brackets that go on any microscope and 3D print, and I'll give out the plans and all that stuff. But it'll allow you to hook a P2 Pro and a P3 Pro, or are they both Pros? I don't know. Anyway, that allows you to mount them to any bottom of a microscope. So I'm still coming up with a design, and I'll give those away for free too, because giving away things is the way to go. Dell owns a subsidiary called Gallianzo's Screws. I didn't know they own a screw company. That's crazy. I had no idea. Figured there was no way to the cooler could keep up with the full OEM power. This cooler is pretty good. There's 3 of them. I mean, this thing overheats over here a lot. Actually, let's check that. Hold on. I forgot about this. Dude, hold on. I forgot. This machine is notorious for having a short on this power rail. Before I start taking everything out, we need to check the DDR5 memory sticks, and we need to check the DDR5 power rail, because it could be a short right there, and it could be giving me a false reading that there's a short over here. Just because it's not giving me a power rail failure, because it should be giving me a power rail failure for this, but I don't want to waste your time, and I don't want to waste my time. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to check this coil right here. If you own this machine, check that coil. Here we go. So we're in continuity mode. No short. Whew. Okay. False alarm. This is going to be the first time I've ever seen that not be shorted. First time. I fixed 3 in one day one time. Same issue. How thick is that board? 20 layers thick? I'm telling you, I could put 450 degrees C on this thing, and it takes a while for it to heat up. They are thick. Girthy, I would say, actually. They're very girthy. Clamshell ring. That sounds naughty. Super IR Cam 2 Pro. What's that one? In premise, you're using the Flora 1 Pro. That's the good camera too. The reflections were driving me crazy. That's why I had to I don't use it all the time now. I only use it sometimes. AI is changing everything. Yet, it's not changing anything. People are still bullshitters, and soon it's going to consume all of its own content. It's going to create content that it can consume off itself. So this is a VRM cooler, because this laptop has a lot of VRMs, because it's SMOT. So there's 5 here, and there's another 5 on the other side, so this is just an extra cooler. You don't really like modern laptops because everything is glued or soldered. They have a Chromebook. Well, Chromebooks are, everything is soldered on there anyway, because that's not a modern machine. That's just a cheap machine. You have a P3 and would like to buy a bracket when you make it. You can't buy it yet. Well, yeah, I'll just give it to you for free so you can have it. But yeah, whenever I make it, I'm going to make it perfect. It's going to be awesome. I may need a couple different tweaks or something for different microscopes, but I'll figure out how I'm going to do that. AI equals fake content eater. I do like that now they're starting to tag videos, and I don't know if you noticed this, but like on YouTube, whenever you're watching shorts, or I guess regular videos, but a lot of times it's shorts, you'll see a video and you're like, is this AI? And then you'll hear the audio and you're like, oh yeah, this is AI, because you can hear it. But then now they're starting to tag it as AI. Not everything is being tagged, but Chromebooks are, I wouldn't say they're junk, but they're just cheap. So you have to kind of put it in a different category, because they didn't cost a lot in the first place. So it's like, what do you expect for that price, right? And it's funny because we sell so much Chromebook parts because a lot of school districts have to keep them in service. And so I have a company that's all they do is servicing Chromebooks, and they make way more money than my company does, like way more money. And they buy tons of stuff from me. And that they make money just from fixing old machines, or machines that are still in service. And Dell, like, you can't even get these boards anymore, the motherboards for them. And so they have to, I I'm getting these huge loads. Like right now I have like 1,100 of 1,100 of this one partner of motherboard for Chromebooks, and this company's coming and buying like a couple hundred at a time just to fix them. And a lot of times the school district is paying more for the repair than the laptop was worth in the first place, but because they can't either get the money to fix it themselves or to replace it, or I don't know, there's all sorts of different rules. Our schools use the 100E Chromebooks, and the only bottom, they were the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, 2 to 4 gigs, 16 megs of RAM. I mean, yeah, I mean everything's bottom of the barrel, but it's a security risk. You think they're banned from ThinkPads with security risk? Really? I mean, I think of Chrome OS as being kind of safe. I would think, right? Chromebooks are e-waste, only if they don't last as long. I know the Chrome OS was giving 5 years, and now they extended it to 10 years. So if you can make a Chromebook last 10 years and you keep it running light enough, you know, if they, you know, because the software manufacturers giveth, and the hardware manufacturers giveth, and the software manufacturers taketh, right? So the faster your machine is, the more the programmers will be like, oh, okay, we have this extra room. Well, let's go ahead and use that up. Crazy Nate, that's a lot of work. You see how many screws I'm taking out just to take this stupid board out? Crazy Nate. I'm missing a screw somewhere. Where's that? You got to hone in on it. Can you see it? Sounds like my wife. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, God. I'm back. Okay. Where are we at? Do we see a screw? There has to be a screw. Ah, it's these screws right here. The secret screws. Remember I told you they're secret screws? They said Linux would give admin privileges on network. Like, what? My kid's school was wise and went with Dell. Except that the 3110s are a pain in the butt. Those Chromebook 3110s. The 3100s are good, but the 3110s are the ones that keep having everyone problems. Okay, still have 4th generation Samsung R590s that are about 12 years old now. I mean, if you can, like, the thing about Chrome OS is like, it's literally nothing. You're just running a Chrome browser. That's why I think it's perfect for, I mean, what it is. I mean, like for an old person that doesn't know anything about computers, put them on a Chromebook. On somebody who's non-technical, put them on a Chromebook. That's just, it just seems so smart and just easy, right? If you could just be like, here, boot up this operating system and just run on an operating system, or oh. I can see something from here, barely with my eyes. My eyes aren't that good, but I want you to hone in right there, right in this area, right here. So remember, it was getting hot, right there, right? And I can see it. That's where the power management chip is. Dun it, dun it. So right here, dun it, dun it. So you see that dot on that chip? That's the power management chip. Ooh, I can even see like some shiny flux or something coming out of there. So that thing is blowed. That thing is blowed up. Now hopefully we don't have burnt pins, cauterized pins, arcing. Hopefully we don't have any of this, any of the following, because it's 9:42 and we don't want to go down that rabbit hole. So there's our problem. We found it. We found it. So does that mean that the chip is bad? Do you think this chip's any good? I think the chip's bad, but do we think we have anything else going on? It's welded to the board. I hope not. And whenever we're talking about welded, we're talking about welded, okay? We're talking about the solder melted, okay, so that's welded to the board through solder, but then if it's welded, it actually melted the two pieces of metal together, like arc welded. So we have a nice little hole. Nice, I like that hole. We have, this is the 20 volt line, I believe. Let's see, where's pin 1? Is that pin 1? I can't tell. Let me wipe this off, I can't see. Ooh-wee. Oh, now it's pin 1. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right, so the 20 volt lines are on over here. So I don't know what this is, what these lines would have been. But I guess it's 20 volts. Yeah, I could feel some sort of like welding going on right here on this edge. It's gonna be fun getting this off. I wonder if I can just break the edge of the chip off. Yeah, whenever you have it where it's welded there, I don't want to try to pick this up. I just want to get this chip out of here without breaking all this, breaking the pad. So I'm just gonna rip the edge of this chip off. See how easy it's coming apart? I'm barely even doing this. It's pretty cray. Okay. Like what you've done here. Okay. All right, now should we plug it in, see what it does? Just kidding. Let's see what the current spike is on Spike's monitor. Let's see what Spike has to say. All right, I think it's good enough for us to take it off the board. So we're gonna leave this pad here. It looks like it's kind of messed up, but hopefully we can get the rest of these off of here. All right, so let's go ahead and heat it up. Should we take the heatsink off? Or should I leave the heatsink? If I leave the heatsink on, because I can get around it, more or less, but all this stuff's gonna melt, all these little plastic things. The thing is this board has liquid metal, and I don't want to mess with it right now. The chip is fried. I think I just want to leave it on there. Let me see if I can do something. Let's see, what do I got? What do I got? You like my little hole? My capped-on hole? Look at that capped-on hole. All right. But I don't, the fan's right here, so I'm not really happy with that either. All right, I guess I'll have to pull it off. I have to put my big boy pants on and take this stupid thing off of here. I don't have much time. Metal barrier. I have metal barriers too. I have to, but I'll have to at least take this fan off to get it out of the way because I don't want it to be near it. And if I'm going to do that, I might as well just do the right thing. Might as well do the right thing. It's too late. Do it tomorrow. All right. Well, it is kind of late. I got 15 minutes. All right. Here's what we can do. Two scenarios. So we can continue on this. I can pull this heatsink, change that chip out, see if we fix the board, and then that's it. Or we can know that that's what's wrong. I'm going to change that out. It's going to fix the board. And then we can just chat for the last 15 minutes and hang out because I only have 15 more minutes. I have to log off right around 10. I got to get my kids to bed. So grind it off. Grind the whole thing off. I don't ever want to grind the whole thing. I want to grind that corner for sure. It looks like a rabbit hole. Yeah, it looks like it might take longer than 15 minutes. Chat, chat, chat. I think chat. People like chatting. People like it. I'm not seeing any. Yeah, let us know next time. Chat for a bit. Rest the brain. I love that. Everyone good with that? Most people are saying okay. Cool. All right. Well, thank you for letting me have a break and not making me keep going. Whew. First time here, having a great time. If you had to advise someone how to get started in electronic repair, what would be the best path to follow? Okay, so these are the type of questions I like people to ask. So the main thing is, you know, if you're interested in it, if you have passion, you'll kind of seek these things out. So you're going to my live streams, and there's plenty of other YouTubers that are offering content. Watch all that content, take notes, watch it over again. I create a playlist that I'm like, hey, I got a lot of value out of this video. Put it in a playlist. That way you can always go back and refer to it and take notes, things like that. Now, if you're just getting into electronics, now what are you doing? You're doing a business, side hustle, or you're doing it as, you know, just as a brain thing that you want to accomplish or make you feel good about. You know, you're going to be buying faulty electronics, buying bad laptops, things like that, and mess with, or even gaming consoles. I know a lot of people like to do that. Best way to get started is just do what you're doing right now. So that's kind of the easiest way I can tell you. Easiest thing to do. That's what I would say. So, oh man, that was easy. It only took how many hours did that take? Why is this not working? Oh, this is the one I want to use. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to try to get these chats pulled up. This chat starts moving really fast, so it's hard for me to read. I'm going to move this one back over here so I can see it. Okay, perfect. Okay, get some rest. Okay, setting the titles for shenanigans. Okay, so now I'm getting caught up. Okay, so after it turns out, after your fans turn out, it's going to be LLM. Hopefully it's not LLM. I don't think it is. We did have that burned power management chip. Chat and go home and see the family. I'm getting hot, man. Call Soren for help. How many hours do you have on the bench? Not literally hours measured, but by units of measured you desire. Wait. How many hours do you have on the bench? Not literally in hours, but measured by any unit of measurement. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. That's weird. But I am here 60 hours a week at this bench. So I recently got an Amscoke SE400 and not an 862D, and I feel unstoppable. There's nothing I can't fix now, except for the things you can't fix, and you'll have a whole string of them in a row, and that's just the way it is. You need a win. That's what sometimes ends up happening. So, man, I'm starting to sweat real bad. What is the smelliest laptop you ever worked on? So I did have that laptop that had bed bugs in it, and it was cat pee all over it. So a dumpster dive and start fixing. Actually, that's why I started, was digging in dumpsters, pulling stuff out, fixing them, and then the repair shop that or the computer store I was digging in their dumpster, they hired me as their technician after they saw me do that. So can we do real or is it fake? Yeah, I might have one around here. Let's see what we got. Is it real? I got that one. I think we already looked at that one. I don't know if I have any stacked up. I usually try to set AC adapters and chargers around, and we're trying to figure out if it's real or fake. I don't have any set aside right now, right this second. You just bought a microscope from Amazon. I'm excited for you. Did you buy a new camera or just a lens? So on this is just a new lens. So same camera, it's a Nikon Z30, and then it's a 1.7 millimeter lens. Does it look better? I mean, can you tell the lens is different? Another great stream, thank you. Learn basic electronics. It's hard to learn the basics, so if you tear apart an old CRT, do not grab the red wire or plug it in. You got to use a screwdriver to discharge that flyback capacitor. Yeah, I don't ever take apart CRTs, but I know that rule, right? I'm a software developer and just got into electronics because hardware was expensive to me. And right now, software is kind of like, you know, the AI is taking over that. No one's going to be able to fix hardware. AI is not going to be able to fix any hardware. So hit the hay, hit the hay. Yes, I'm going to sleep tonight, and I got my bourbon and I got my candy, so I'm going to have that tonight, or I guess it's whiskey, and so I'm going to have some of that tonight, and I thank both of you guys for that. It's almost bourbon o'clock. How much do you have invested in your station? Okay, so my station, if we're talking about what we have in here, we have, well, I guess I can't point to anything here, but so I have this crappy power supply here, probably didn't spend 60 bucks on it. The voltage injection tool probably cost 60 or 80 bucks. My BIOS tool probably costs 60 or 80 bucks. My Atten probably cost $250. My microscope is what cost the most. This thing was about $1,200 with the cameras and all that. The thermal cameras are about $250, $300. My fume extractor is about $700 or $800. I paid a lot for that. But I'm really cheap. I start small and then just kind of add on. That's kind of my thing. I'm just, you know, you can get by with whatever you can get by. If you're talented, you'll be able to, you work harder, and then eventually you buy better stuff. Did Dell still make Wise thin clients? I have not gotten any Wise stuff in a long time. I think they might have sold off that subsidiary, maybe. I don't know. But I do have some Wise boards and thin clients and stuff sitting around. I actually have one as a backup server that I just have it where it just does a rsync all my data to it. So, oh no, we got 1,000. We have 1,100 people, 684 likes. Can we try to get this stream to 900 likes, please? So if you can, do that right before the end. Say, have you named any of my kids your bourbon? Wait, have you named any of your kids bourbon? No. I love bourbon, but I don't love it that much. Good night, see y'all Sunday. Thanks, Wacky. 10,000 hours will make you a master. I've been soldering since I was 10 years old. I got my first soldering iron. I used to carry around a tackle box with electronics, and I used to be the one that everyone would say, hey, Nathan knows how to fix that or whatever. I remember I was in second grade in the the 4th and 5th grade teacher kept calling me up there to help people with their science projects to do electronics stuff. So it's pretty funny. Do I have any certificates? I have 0 certificates. Well, I guess I have a ITT Tech like associate's degree, but no certificates. I've never done any of that type of stuff. The one with bed bugs was pretty gross. Yes, and that video just popped off again and got like another 20 million views. It's pretty crazy. I don't understand. I don't know what algorithm it got into, but that thing just got another 20 million views. Which computers had been around when I was younger? And I got my first computer was like 1997, 96. I made a mistake when I was young, and I woke up 10 minutes later and everything hurt. Oh, okay. Spike should also measure USB-powered machines and test the PSID voltage. I need to figure out how to do that, so I'll have to kind of think about that. That might be pretty cool, though. Yeah, to have it where I have a sense line on the PSID pin. That's a pretty smart idea. USB devices are going to be a little more complicated because I have to have that negotiation thing. And so I have the other meter where I can just press this button and it pulls that one up there. So that's what I've been doing, is I just kind of alternate between the two. Focus more, fuzzy behind. Oh yeah, so it's focused more and it's fuzzy behind, good plain choice. So hopefully the camera looks better. That's what I kind of was looking for, is I wanted to have that fuzzer in the back. I can feel the AC turning on finally. Electronics class, an electronics class would change capacitors and leave them on the table. And we'll replace that in another video. For some of the new people interested in electronics, you can do a session on components that explain what they do and how they work. I'm not even the best person to teach you that. I kind of, in every video, I kind of point out stuff. I'm like, that's that, and that's that, and this is kind of what that's supposed to do. But I don't even 100% understand all of it, okay? So it's not like I know everything about this stuff. There's plenty of people that really are good about reading schematics in general, which I'm okay. And my main thing is I'm really good at troubleshooting and kind of diagnosing things. So the same thing with like a car or air conditioner at home. I fixed my AC the other day because it wasn't coming on. Why wasn't it coming on? You go through all these different things. So it's all about troubleshooting and trying to rule out different faults, So that's what I'm really good at, more than even the electronic part. So you hit the thumbs up 5 times, so guys. Oh no. Have you ever played any Commodore 64 games? We did a VIC-20 build the other day, or repair, and so I played some of those, but I haven't played any Commodore 64 games. So VIC-20 was the only one we kind of messed around with it. A few more likes. Are we almost there? Are we almost at the 900 yet? You heard it's certifiable. I am certifiable. I'm Crazy Nate. Come on, man. Crazy Nate gets certifiable. All right, that's crazy. I'm a little bit more delirious than I thought. Always a great time, great stream. Thanks for the mods. Thanks, Nate. Well, thanks, Jesse. People like bugs. I know, that's so crazy. 210 away from 900 thumbs up. We're almost there. First computer was a Commodore 64 with a disk drive. No tape drive for you. Well, at least you had a disk drive. How many employees do you have working at your company right now? I currently have 18 people. I did get up to 23 at one point. Scaled back, but I just had another employee celebrate their 20 years with me. That's the second employee. I have another one in August. We'll celebrate another 20 years with me. So I have a few 20 people have been here for at least 20 years, which is outstanding. And then I have a couple more 18 and 15. And employees don't like to leave, but I treat them well. They treat me well. Same with my customers, right? That's what my whole thing is. You can tell that if an employee likes to work at a company that I like to do business with, that's how I like to do business with companies that employees like to work there. So 727 likes out of 983 watchers. Soren has a channel with basic electronics. That's true. Yeah, if you watch Electronic Repair School, that one, he has older videos. He goes through a lot of stuff. I've learned a lot of different things, basic stuff, explaining different things that he's doing. You're the first principle in troubleshooting. You're doing the first principles in troubleshooting. So, and that's kind of why I'm trying to get my thought process out, like kind of explaining what I'm thinking whenever I see something, and it's just follow the clues. And then you're being like a detective, and you're kind of collecting all the clues. So, people timestamp videos and comment on what they highlight. That's a good thing. Then the content's searchable. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, so inside the comments, you just put the timestamp and then say what it is. And then I'm trying to go back and actually put chapters in there, but I find when I put chapters, then the video doesn't, it's harder to watch sometimes. People jump around too much, so that I don't get like a full watch. What do you think about repairing a Dell projector instead of a laptop next time? It depends. Does it not power on? I don't know. That might be something interesting to mess with. I have some projectors here. Your force is strong with this one. I'm heading to bed. Thanks for watching. Hey, thank you, VD. Commodore 64, Booger Time. Storing every Sunday morning. Good morning. Good morning. Parts people, you are a retro or a Doom fan? A retro game or Doom fan? So I'm a retro game emulator. Doom is a little bit before my time. I never played Doom. Probably not even once. I don't even know. Because my first computer was in the late 90s, and so I play a lot of emulators. Like I was playing Super Mario World last night, on an SNES emulator. So worked at Radio Shack, my first job. Yes, Tandy 1100. Premise, thank you. See you Sunday. All right, I'm gonna log off. It is 9 or 10 o'clock now, so I am tired. We got to get going. Got to get the kids to bed. So I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. If I didn't answer your question, we can get it on the next one. So next stream is going to be next Sunday, 9 a.m. So a couple days from now. So go ahead and hit the like button here. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I know a lot of people watch my videos but just don't hit subscribe for some reason. So go ahead and do that. If you're on Twitch, go ahead and follow, and then we'll be back Sunday morning at 9 a.m. And I want to thank everyone for coming out. We had a lot of fun. Thanks to all the moderators for keeping the chat clean. If you are interested in the parts I have or anything is in the video description. And I appreciate each and every one of you. And thanks for watching.